Good afternoon, colleagues. I wanted to say a couple things to open up, especially I'll just deal with what Mr. Angus was talking about right now. Yesterday worked pretty good with both the electronic as well as many of you actually manually put up your hand like that. When I see that, I'll put you in line just as I would if you were doing it electronically. And I suspect every time I read the speakers list, no one objected yesterday. So I think we captured everybody. But whatever's, I know sometimes you have a spontaneous thought and you want to get it out right away, and you don't feel that your physical hand won't be noticed. Okay, I'm staying glued to the screen. Second, I wanted to mention about our translators. I know sometimes I'll just say that some colleagues I've heard think that sometimes there's a lot of trouble in regards to the audio, but there's been a number of audiological injuries because of the way that the audio can work in the earpiece of our translation staff. So I would encourage you to continue to be as patient as possible, so that not only do we get a good feed so that they can actually translate, but there's no injuries either, which is important. I'll just go over a couple of things, but very briefly, we are in a virtual sitting now. So as I already mentioned, you can put your hand up either electronically or manually. Please speak as slowly so that the translation staff interpretation can make sure that's done. And also make sure that your button is on the language in which you want to hear from either from the floor, English or French. And also remember, when you're speaking, if you have your button on English and you're speaking en français, then there's going to be an issue. So you have to change that button if you're going to change the language that you're speaking in. And I think that's about all of the, oh, and just, of course, make sure you're automatically muted all the time. So you need to use that space bar to unmute. So thanks for your patience, colleagues, for coming together today. I was hoping that we didn't finish with any result yesterday. I was hoping that we might be able to get a result in regards to finishing at least with one motion of all the list of motions that we had. And so I'm just going to begin today going to Mr. Barrett and have him repeat his motion so that we know what we're dealing with. And hopefully some folks were able to review, as they mentioned yesterday, that they wanted to take a look at the previous motion as well as our motion now and make sure that they were well informed, particularly the new members of the committee. So,
point of order.
Yes, Madam Shanahan, yes.
Yes, yeah, Chair, I appreciate the explanation that you just gave, but if you can just clarify for us where we are in the business of today, and also in the hand raising, what is the order of speakers? Is there carryover from yesterday? Is it brand new from today? If you could clarify that for us, because it was my understanding that the meeting was adjourned and it was a fresh start.
Yeah, that's correct. It'll be a fresh start today. I'll just have Mr. Barrett read his motion into the record that we had ended with yesterday, and then we'll begin. And I'll give you the list of speakers right now that I have in front of me: Mr. Angus, Madam Shanahan, Mr. Dong, Mr. Barrett, Mr. Fergus, Mr. Workington, and Mr. Couric. So, Mr. Barrett, would you go ahead now, and then we'll go to the speakers list.
Point of order, Speaker. I'm just wondering, since we have a fresh start, if we can check with the clerk, are we able to move motions since we have a fresh start?
Well, we have I believe there's five motions that were moved yesterday. So we're going to return back to the motion that we were debating yesterday, and then, of course, if we get finished that quickly, we can add some more motions to the list, or we can go to the second one that was raised yesterday.
And I believe that it will actually, I have a motion to amend the routine motion that we passed yesterday, and specifically to add a clause that in future, if we're going to call a meeting, we'll have 24 hours notice at least, just because that, I had to cancel a lot of appointments to be here today. And, receiving a notice in the morning and expect all members to be available at 1 o'clock, I think it's a little bit of tall order. I think if you would indulge me to allow me to move a motion to change the routine order.
We'll do that when we come back to the motions of the business of the day. Absolutely. Yeah.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Angus.
Well, Chair, to what my colleague had said, we had to change a lot of stuff in my personal life and family life to be at this meeting because we're dealing with an undealt with motion. It's not my understanding that we're here then to carry on ordinary business and go through all the other motions that really belong in the normal day. This is an extraordinary meeting. So we're here to deal with something that had to be dealt with because it has to deal with the documents. But I'm certainly very uncomfortable with this idea that then we'll just turn it into a regular meeting and go as long as we want. And as far as changing the standing orders, the routine procedure, I mean, that was agreed on yesterday. We don't get to go back and rewrite them every time we don't like something at a committee. That would, I think, turn us into a bit of a monkey show.
Mr. Angus, first off, I completely respect and appreciate your point. I know that everybody had to reschedule things, and so for that, you have my sincere regrets. I wanted to try and finish this motion. I only mentioned the other motions in the sense that I'm the servant to the committee. So if there's a majority that wants to move on past that, then I'm here to serve. But the primary pursuit today is what you said, is to deal with that motion and hopefully get the request in, because we don't have those documents right now. Get the request in so there's some action taken while we're gone for Thanksgiving, because right now we have no action going on for the committee. So
Chair, on that same point of order.
Yes, Madam Shanahan.
Yes, I too appreciate the point brought forward by both my colleague, Mr. Dong, and Mr. Angus. And I think the idea, and I hear where you're coming from, is we're all dealing with new circumstances. There's a lot going on. I too had to cancel a number of meetings this afternoon, both virtually and in the House. And I'm sure I'm not alone in the constituency, and I'm sure that I'm not alone in that regard. And so maybe some clarification from the chair, because including the fact that we have restricted resources. I think we started off on a good note, and I was very pleased. Chair, you have a sense of humor, and you brought us along, and I greatly appreciate that. But this seems to be upsetting the apple cart, and Mr. Angus is I think has a good point in saying that if this is an extraordinary meeting, that the business at hand should be dealt with, I think, in a way that respects all the members here. So I think that's the point that we're trying to get across. Thank you.
Understood. Mr. Fergus, was it on the same point of order?
No, it's on a different one, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to have to beg I hope with the agreement, if they had noticed, of either the clerk or Mr. Angus or even our analyst.
Sorry, point of order. Mr. Fergus, I'm having a little trouble hearing you. I'm not sure if it's.
I'm sorry. They asked me to move my boom mic away from my mouth because it was a little bit too poppy. But is this okay for interpreters? Because I don't want our interpreters to.
I can hear you now. Can everybody else hear Mr. Fergus okay?
I'm certain you can hear me, but I just want to make sure that this is okay for the interpreters.
Okay.
Great, thank you. But if I can just beg the collaboration I hope the clerk or the analyst or Mr. Angus had noticed. I came on early and I noticed that Ms. Shanahan had her hand up. I put my hand up second using the raise hand feature. Then when I forget where it was, but someone was just asked to test to see if it works, and my hand went off automatically. It wasn't me who did it. So I put my hand back up, but I don't know if anybody noticed that I actually had my hand up second.
Okay, Mr. Fergus, we're wrestling with all those kind of technical difficulties. If you actually registered it before I gavelled the meeting in, then it probably would go back to zero because the meeting hadn't started until we actually officially gavelled in.
I didn't notice anybody else's flip off. It was just mine.
Okay. Okay, I will. You are number 5 right now, Mr. Fergus. I don't know how to resolve it other than leave it in that regard.
Well, I guess we can't, but if we could take note, that would
yes.
be very helpful.
We will take note of that and make sure that I know that the clerk, by the way, has been very great. Every time you put up your hand, she's been sending me screenshots. So, which we try to do that, try to look at the technology, but also try to capture it in a screenshot in case there's any kind of glitch like that again, so that we can correct it. We're going to get a handle. We're going to get a handle on this virtual stuff. The next meetings I will be in Ottawa, so it'll a little bit smoother. Okay, colleagues, I have the speakers list. I'll just get Mr. Barrett to repeat his motion, and then we'll go to the speakers list.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair. And I, like our colleagues, we all have things to do today, and so having already spent quite a bit of time on this yesterday, I don't think there's going to be any surprises where folks vote. So, if the meeting's 30 minutes or if it ends on Monday morning, my wife said she'll keep the turkey warm for me, and so she'd be happy to see me later this afternoon. But I'm ready to do this until it's resolved, because we're into a second meeting dealing with the same motion. It states that pursuant to Standing Orders 1081A, an order of the committee do issue to Speaker Spotlight for a copy of all records pertaining to speaking appearances arranged since October 14th, 2008 for Justin Trudeau, Sophie Gregoire Trudeau, Margaret Trudeau, and Alexandre Trudeau, including, in respect of each speaking appearance, an indication of the fee provided, any expenses that were reimbursed, and the name of the company, organization, person, or entity booking it, which had been originally ordered to be produced on July 22nd, 2020 by the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics, provided that these documents shall be provided to the clerk of this committee within 24 hours of the adoption of this motion, and that the documents be reviewed in camera.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I understand. I just want to go to the clerk, because we've had to revise the speakers list, because in fact, Mr. Fergus, there was witnesses that said that your name was up top and then it was shoveled out. So just to be clear, Madam Clerk, is it Mr. Fergus and then Madam Goodrow and Latanzio, or is it? You can give me the list and I'll just copy it down here right now, and then we'll go from there. You're on mute.
Sorry.
That's
the
okay.
list that's on the screen right now is what I sent you. You'd like me to read the names?
Yeah, go ahead. Sure. That would be great. Thank you.
Mr. Angus, Ms. Shanahan, Mr. Dong, Mr. Barrett, Mr. Fergus, Mr. Workington, Mr. Couric, Mr. Cervera, Madame Gaudreau, and Ms. Latanzio.
Okay. All right. So I was wrong that there was Mr. Fergus's name was witnessed up top, or not?
Yeah, yes, but
okay.
But then it got cleared at the start of the meeting.
Oh, I see. So okay, so it was before the gavel.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what we got to be careful of, folks. The gavel has to go before, and then because it'll always clear out. Okay, Mr. Angus.
Point of order, Chair. Actually, I was waiting for the evidence to show, but I was looking at the list because I was ready to raise my hand, and I saw that there was a clear of names, and Mr. Fergus was the first one to speak. And right after the clearance of the name, Mr. Angus raised his hand actually before the gavel was a virtual gavel was struck. So can we confirm that? I'm pretty sure that I saw it was first Mr. Angus, then Ms. Shanahan.
I think we just confirmed it. Like, yeah. I think the chair just spoke to this.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, colleagues. Look at there's. You know what? We're going to have to be patient with this. I'm going to be as fair as I possibly can working with this technology, and believe me, whenever we can, we'll make the corrections. But right now, Mr. Angus has the floor, and we'll go through, and everybody will have an opportunity to speak. So you might be at a place, one or two places, because of this glitch, but you will have the opportunity to speak fulsomely.
Okay, I'm just telling everyone what I saw.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus?
Well, thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. We are in the second day of discussing a motion that should have been moved very smoothly through our first meeting, because this is a motion regarding a decision that was made by this committee last July regarding the obtaining of documents regarding the payments that were made to the Trudeau family through their work with WE. Many of the sitting members of this committee were on that last committee and voted for it. We voted for a very clear set of rules around it to protect the privacy of the individuals involved. It was based on a respect that we have a duty as parliamentarians to call for evidence when necessary. And it's also recognized that we need to have an agreement to make sure that that evidence is protected and the privacy of individuals protected. So it was a fairly straightforward motion, and yet we've seen nothing but obstruction from the Liberals. An obstruction that began is that they are in the hands of the committee clerk. We have these documents, but we are not being able to do our work because of this Liberal obstruction. And I think this is very, very unfortunate. So why do these documents matter? Well, the issue is that the question of conflict of interest of the Prime Minister, who's under investigation right now, that the WE group, particularly the Kielburger brothers, had built a close relationship with the Trudeau family that included financial payments. And this was highly problematic because under Section 5 of the Conflict of Interest Act, the Prime Minister has the obligation to keep his family business in order so that he does not find himself in a conflict. And everything about this scandal is about that conflict. So why do these documents matter? Well, when the Kielburgers were first asked whether Margaret Trudeau and Sasha Trudeau were being paid, they said nobody got paid. And we know that many high-profile speakers, such as Julie Black and Theo Fleury, gave their time to WE and did not get paid. It was then shown that what the Kielburgers and the WE group were saying was false, that Margaret Trudeau had been paid well over $300,000, and the payments with Justin Trudeau's brother amounted to over $500,000. So that discrepancy needs to be accounted for. When we sat at the Finance Committee, we asked the chair of the former chair of WE, who had been fired by the Kielburgers, Michelle Douglas, about why the Trudeau family were being paid this amount of money when nobody else was paid. And what Michelle Douglas said was extraordinary. She said that the board of directors had specifically asked the Kielburger brothers if these payments were being made to the Trudeaus, and they were told, no money has been paid. So that was false. When we asked the Kielburger brothers to explain this discrepancy, they claimed at the finance hearings that Margaret Trudeau and Sasha Trudeau were not paid for public speaking, but were paid for the ancillary events afterwards. That's the corporate sponsorship events. So the question of hiring the Prime Minister's family to work corporate sponsorship events put the Prime Minister in a pretty clear issue of conflict of interest.
Mr. Angus, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I have some information that may impact your presentation there that I don't think was clear to the members before, that we are not actually in possession of these documents. They were requested to be sent on August 19th, and on August 18th, the House was prorogued. So we actually have to demand those documents once more. Wanted to be clear on that.
Well, thank you for that clarification. My understanding was that we were in possession of the documents. However, our committee had given instructions to obtain those documents, and the effort to get those documents was interfered with by the Prime Minister's decision to prorogue. So I think the issue remains a serious question of the interference in the work of our committee. So the other issue that came out from the documents that were received, the 5,000 pages of documents relating to the decision to award upwards of $900 million of public money to the We Group, was that in those documents we saw that in the pitch to senior ministers and senior government officials, the Kielburger brothers included photographs of the Prime Minister's family.
Chair, sorry, point of order.
I'm
not hearing Mr. Angus.
We didn't know.
Yeah, we'll wait to see if he gives a better connection, and then we'll have him just repeat those last couple of sentences.
That raised serious questions and of conflict of interest that the Prime Minister has been put in, because not only were the family members being paid by the Kielburg using photos of the
point of order, please.
Yeah.
Can Mr. Angus repeat basically the last 3 minutes?
Yeah, Mr. Angus, I don't know if you're in a position where somebody else is using your Wi-Fi or whatever, but we just lost you for about 4 or 5 sentences there, and I just want to make sure that your testimony is on record. And it was totally garbled by the glitch in the internet.
How is this? Are we on? Can you hear me?
I can hear your audio very well, and that's the prime thing. So if you want to go back a few sentences and begin over, that'd be great.
Well, I'm moving towards my conclusion here, but in the 5,000 pages of documents we received, it was really striking that in the pitch to the senior cabinet, senior officials, the Kielburger brothers included photographs of the Prime Minister's family, which I think is very shocking. What I think is more shocking is that in those 5,000 pages of documents, nobody said that this was problematic. We do know that some civil servants noted the fact that the Prime Minister's family, the people who had been paid, were being included in the pitch to get this contract. But at no point did anyone say that this was a serious conflict of interest, that this breached very obvious rules and limitations. So to my Liberal colleagues who are obstructing the access to these documents, I put it to them in a very simple manner. If the statements that the Kielburgers made are true in regards to the payments that were made, those documents will verify that. If the documents verify that, we have nothing else to say. We move on. We move on to other issues. But being that we have felt through our investigation of that we have not gotten clear answers, we need to be able to verify whether or not these payments are in the manner that they described. Were there other payments? Were these payments involving other matters? We need to know that. We have the protections within this committee to make sure that these documents are not going to be just thrown out in the public. But if there are serious contradictions in testimony, then it is incumbent upon us as parliamentarians to find out and get these answers. So the fact that we've already voted to obtain these documents, we've already voted to have clear provisions in place for the protection of these documents to protect the private lives of individuals who may not have felt they've done anything wrong, but they are very much part of this larger scandal because of their financial connections to the Kielburgers. We need to verify and get these answers. So I know this debate may go on as long as the Liberals want to filibuster and shut us down, but the work of Parliament must be able to return to the Canadian people and say, we did due diligence. We looked into how this massive amount of public money in the middle of the worst economic and financial crisis in memory was going to be hived off and given to a group that has very, very close personal and financial relations with the Prime Minister's family. We have that obligation. All of us from all parties have that obligation to know whether or not the evidence and the claims that have been made at committee is accurate so that we, in the end, can provide an accurate report to Parliament. So I'm asking my Liberal colleagues to do the right thing and stop this obstruction that they are now carrying on into their second day.
Thank you, Mr. Angus. Madam Shanahan.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, first of all, before I speak to the comments just made by my colleague and others, I have to strenuously object to the manner in which this meeting was called, and I would hope that that we would look seriously at a more collaborative way to call meetings, especially on issues as important as this. And to that regard, I would be happy to present a motion when that is possible, and also the fact that it was my understanding that this was a fresh start here today, and yet the motion was motion was read out, and that this is what we are dealing with here today, when we're at a time when we're in a pandemic. There are so many things that committees need to be doing, and with the proper collaboration, with the ability to be able to work together, as I think we have seen during this pandemic. And let me just say a shout out to all MPs right from the beginning of the lockdown in March, how important it was that all MPs work together with members of the government in rolling out the very important emergency measures that were required for Canadians. So I think that was proof positive that everybody understands that it's all about COVID. It is all about fighting COVID right now. And we are in the second wave, the wave that everyone was apprehensive about. We are in it now. And I don't have to tell you how the reports are coming out on a daily basis. And I heard just this morning the public health officials saying that not only is it officially here, but it's very concerning that the spread seems to be happening with young people between the ages of the 20 and 40, and that different types of measures will have to be instituted, introduced, communicated if we're going to get a handle on this COVID. So the fact that we're here again, where Canadian public health officials are warning residents to stay home as much as possible, saying the next few weeks will be critical to the country's efforts to contain COVID-19. Last month, this article is dated October 8th, that the Prime Minister declared that the second wave of the coronavirus was already underway in most of the countries. And I was concerned to hear, of course, in my home province of Quebec and here in Ontario, that it's in the regions now that it's most affected. So we need to come together again to address those critical issues. And I think that it's the work of the different committees that we have here in Ottawa are important to that, now that we're able to meet in a hybrid manner. And I commend the House of Commons staff for their ingenuity in being able to pull this together so that we can meet. But indeed, when I think of the different committees that we have on the Hill, be it health or finance or official languages, or indeed PROC, that have to be dealing with those issues that are important now. When I think of PROC, just to the possibility of a federal election, and what would that look like, and what would the measures be done? Finance, having to do pre-consultation now on those support measures that Canadians desperately need. And so it is all about COVID right now. This is what it's about. This is what is critical for Canadians. And to address the comments of my colleague about about the documents and what was done, who did what, and so on. This has all been placed in the hands of the Commissioner of Ethics, the independent, nonpartisan Commissioner of Ethics, Mario Dion, who we have entrusted as parliamentarians. And the way that came about, I think, was to avoid the kind of how shall I say, the inappropriateness, at the very least, of members of parliament investigating other members of parliament, and furthermore, investigating members of their family. And this is where we were this summer very much against this motion for that reason, because the matter had been placed into the hands of the Commissioner of Ethics. We are awaiting, of course, his investigation. He is the one that has been entrusted with this work. It is certainly important for Canadians to know what happened and how it happened and whether a breach of the Code of Ethics occurred. And I have full confidence that the Commissioner of Ethics will be able to do so. But the work of this committee needs to circle back, if we're talking about the resolutions that we had been looking at earlier on facial recognition, how that is an issue now, given the awareness of discrimination and profiling done by agents of authority, wherever they may be, in whatever form. And I know that is an issue that is close to the heart of my colleague in the NDP. This is something that we can get back to, but to take up the time of this committee to do work that can be done elsewhere, I most certainly object to that. And I most certainly object to the fact that this work can be done. There's other ideas circulating about how this work can be done if indeed a parliamentary committee, it's the wish of Parliament that a parliamentary committee be engaged in that. But what we need is for his House leader to sit with our House leader. The door is always open. Everyone knows that Mr. Rodriguez is always available. And let's sort this out, and that we can move toward that we can put the work of Parliament where it needs to be. Otherwise, Canadians are counting on us. They're counting on us, colleagues, that we're going to get it right about COVID, that we are going to do what it takes to support Canadians until we come to finding a treatment and a vaccine. And in the meantime, to support people so that we can, that the economy is still operating, and things change. They change every other day. So we need to have our priorities, I think, in the right order. And Chair, that's not to take away from the work that was done this summer, but I think that we saw it was being addressed in other committees, and now to have all of that work come together in an alternate form, that's something that I think would serve Canadians well in allowing a Parliament to get back to what it needs to be getting back to. So I must confess, I really, I was against this motion at the beginning, and it really touched me. And I could think of any one of us who has family members that are going about their business. Some of you heard me say I have 8 brothers and sisters myself, and between them, another 20, 25 adult children. People are going about their business. They're carrying on their professions. They are doing what they need to do, and I would not necessarily know what that is. And I don't think it's the expectation of the Canadian public to think that members of Parliament are curtailing or auditing the activities of their family members. So to be going after the mother of a member of Parliament, to be going after their brother, I have to say, Chair, I found very inappropriate right from the beginning. It is why we have a commissioner of ethics, so that if there is a question of a breach of the code of conduct, then that would be addressed through his office. And I think that we have seen the work that that office has produced. We have confidence in it, and we should allow that to continue. So, Chair, I must say that this is something that I think this motion that is before us, I believe that it can be better handled elsewhere, and I think that all the members here are experienced members, and that they know that this is an issue that can be resolved to everyone's satisfaction, and not taking up the work and the time of multiple committees, including this one. And so I would just like to understand from the other members too why they think that why they don't like the alternatives, why they think that our committee would not be better working on other issues more important to Canadians. And I must say I'm looking forward to hearing the comments of my colleagues, but I am very, very perplexed as to why we are back here when there are perfectly open and acceptable ways of handling this topic. And I know that one of the last witnesses that we heard was the clerk of the Privy Council, Ian Shugart, someone that I think we all have very high respect for, someone who was a deputy minister in the Harper government, someone who has certainly provided us with information that clearly shows to the matter at hand that there was no impropriety regarding the WE contract. The WE contribution agreement was suggested by the public servants. So it just seems to me this is all for show. I really don't understand why we're taking up the time of this committee. And Chair, I do appreciate your patience and your indulgence that I was happy to see that you wanted to discuss other motions too that this committee could deal with, that we could do that in the very near future with meetings that are scheduled with a bit more notice, if you understand what we're all dealing with, and I'm sure you do. So I will leave it at that, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Shanahan. Now on to Mr. Dong.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, dear colleagues. I've been listening very carefully, not just today, but the previous meeting as well. Argument from both sides on whether or not we should support or against this motion. You know, I disagree that you know, everything is the same compared back to July. Circumstances with COVID has changed everything. I think back in July, the numbers were lower. You know, we're slowly recovering from the previous, you know, shutdown of business, and everyone was told to stay home. And we're slowly coming back to work, and business opening up. It was a different setting. Now watching how second wave is really threatening the lives of Canadians. On one hand, we have all three levels of government encouraging or discouraging this, for this matter, people to go out for non-essential trips, really asking every Canadian to do their part to protect themselves and their loved ones by staying home. On the other hand, we're discussing a motion that has now I know that we don't, the document's not in our possession. It's going to trigger a lot of logistics of actually getting the document and putting many people at risk. So then it comes down to, is this essential to the priorities of our electors, you know, in this setting? Well, I will argue that you know, just looking at some of the motions adopted in the last session, including Mr. Angus' facial recognition, you know, which allows a very, right now, actually, you know, it gives a very unique situation to do a sort of extraordinary study on this topic, because we know for all indoor activities, people are required to wear masks. This is a very rare opportunity to see how this may impact the study that we passed a motion on, actually, in the last session. So and for another example, a good example is Madame Godur's motion, you know, to look at a reforming identity system, you know, speaking to the same system that we have right now. That's also very important. You know, I'll come back to the motion I was going to move and still waiting, which is to look at how international students are impacted by COVID. You know, previously as a PA to higher education in the province, I recognize and I've heard from my local colleges that it is a major challenge for our public institutions. You know, the government is doing all they can to help them in new recruits, to reopen enrollments when it comes to international students. We are now seeing, after how we reacted to COVID, as a top destination for international education. So if we don't seize the moment and provide sound recommendation through the House to the government, I think it's a missed opportunity. There are just a lot of things. My point is, there's a lot of things that we ought to be doing right now, so we can you know, bring positive impact through Parliament and with recommendations. But instead, we're talking about this motion. Potentially, it's going to put a lot of people in danger. And we are, I think, if this motion does get passed, we are accountable to, if anyone you know, gets hurt because in the process of getting the documents, releasing the documents, managing the documents, and whatnot, anywhere in that process, I think we, at the end of, well, maybe there isn't a legal obligation, but we are in our heart, we're accountable for that tragedy. So that's my first point. And also, again, the circumstance has changed. You know, this motion will effectively open up to staff member and a lot more people to come in physically, and risking the chance of interacting with or getting infected. We already have 2 leaders in the House, a bunch of MPs and tested positive, went through the quarantine period. We know the threat is very real. And back in July, that wasn't the situation. I have to be honest with everyone here. I'm quite worried. Now I know my trip to Ottawa is coming up in a week and a half. I'll be there for 2 weeks in Ottawa, and Toronto. These are the sort of high breakout cities right now in Ontario, and I'm actually a lot more worried than I was back in July. So circumstances definitely has changed. We know the real risk of COVID affecting everyone, not just on Parliament Hill, but everyone involved in the process of releasing or accessing these documents. I'm for transparency, and I think Mr. Angus made good arguments on why he sees that this is essential duty of our committee. I understand his point of view, but I don't think that it's right now. The priority is from the public view is to risk that many people's health and safety, and looking at these documents. The other thing I want to repeat what my colleague Ms. Shanahan was saying, that there is an ongoing investigation by the commissioner. Back then, in July, when this motion was discussed, or similar motion was discussed, we didn't hear from the witnesses. We have heard from the witnesses, including the former privacy commissioner, and repeatedly they said we are running a risk of interfering the current investigation by running a parallel investigation by the committee. So, whatever the outcome of our finding or our even discussion will to some degree interfere with the opinions of the commissioner's report, and I don't think that's the right thing to do. The system is set up such way, to my understanding, is that the commissioner will do his investigation without any interference, will come out with a report, and as a committee, we'll study that report. I think that's the right way to go. A third point I want to make is that I heard Ms. Shanahan talked about the principle of having members investigating other members and their family members. I think I asked this in the committee repeatedly. Was there any precedence of committee or members going to other members, family members' private information to build to build an argument in the public, and their view on government or the leader of the government? I haven't heard that there's precedence to that. So we are setting precedents, and this is very dangerous because from this point on, every member and their immediate family members or their friends, because there is no clear boundary, are on the hook. We could all be a target of investigation. So I think this is something I disagree with. I didn't have the opportunity to share my thoughts back in July, but I think this is in principle that's I can't agree with it. So I would have disagreed back in July on this point, and I think everyone. I have a lot of respect for elected members. We put our names on the ballot. We go through a very strict scrutiny process, both by the party and after we get the job, and by the electors ultimately. And I think we do bear a lot of weight on our shoulders, a lot of expectation, and our family members are affected while we're doing the job that we dreamed of. And I think it's wrong to have members investigating other members' family members' privacy. Another point I want to make is that back in July when we talk about the original motion, giving MPs access to these documents, I understand we talked about the measures put in place to safeguard privacy. But now this motion on table will allow access for people or staff beyond members. So do we need to have a discussion about measures put in place to safeguard the individual's privacy now that we know that the access is much grander? And to Madame Boudeur's special committee motion, we potentially will have many people on Parliament Hill having access to these documents. So again, circumstances has changed quite a bit. And I don't, like I said, I didn't agree with the principle of this. And for this particular process and the detail of this process, I see that we're running as a committee a great risk to be responsible for a leak. And if should a leak does happen, that we all have to bear responsibility for it. So ultimately, I think it's a worthy discussion, but I think there are many priorities in front of us that we should tackle right away. I heard opposition members talking about Liberals want a filibustering, and trust me, I don't want filibustering. But yet, I'm still waiting to be convinced. That with my previous points, that this is the right thing to do, and it's the absolute priority of this committee. And until I'm looking for good arguments to be convinced that this is the right way to go. It should, if anyone wants my support as a member of this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dong. Now on to Mr. Barrett.
Well, thanks very much, Chair. So we're an hour into the second meeting of this committee to deal with the ordering the production of these documents. This committee previously ordered them, and the group came back to us, the Speaker Spotlight came back to us and said they needed more time for all of the reasons stated. COVID, the time it would take. The committee granted them their request. And it was an additional 3 weeks, so a month total. And on the eve of the deadline requested by the organization, the Prime Minister shut down Parliament. And he shut down Parliament to avoid accountability. It wasn't for a reset. It wasn't for COVID. There was all kinds of things that could have been done. All of the good things that Liberal members are talking about that this committee could be doing, we could have been doing them for the last 6 weeks. Well, the sitting calendar said we only would have sat the last Monday in September. Well, that's a choice of the government. No, we could have sat in this format by the will of the House. We could have done that. The committee could decide that we would have continued to meet. So this was all on the table. This all could have been done. But we're dealing with a situation during a pandemic where the government tried an extraordinary power grab to be able to tax and spend without parliamentary oversight or approval from March of 2020 until December of 2021. That was the first real volley from this government in dealing with this pandemic, but still got support and much needed help from opposition parties in improving the measures designed to help Canadians.
She might be.
And Madam Clerk, I think your mic's hot there. And that's okay. So here we are after Parliament was prorogued, shut down, and looking to resume the work that we were doing before. These documents were prepared. They can be ordered. It is the right of this committee to request them. The motion states that they will be reviewed in camera. I can't speak to the integrity of any other member on this call, but I believe that members will act honorably. And so if all members on this call agree that they will act honorably, as will I, then there is no problem. And if there is an issue that arises, as is the case with any committee, with any dealing on Parliament Hill, any breach, well, then those are investigated and then those are dealt with. And the appropriate rules, policies, and laws that are in place are used. But all of that is a distraction. We have an organization that paid members of the Prime Minister's family at least $500,000, and then that Prime Minister gave that organization an agreement to administer $500 million. $500,000 for $500 million. Well, Canadians are worried about paying their bills and choosing whether to heat their homes or feed their families this fall. It's about accountability. It's the obligation of all members. The chair spoke yesterday about how committees afford the opportunity for members who aren't in cabinet to drive their agenda. And it is the responsibility of all members who aren't in cabinet to hold the executive accountable. Now, the opposition parties have put forward measures to do that, and the government members, the Liberal members, have indicated they're likely to vote against. That's fine. And everyone is going to speak, and I believe very much that members should all have their say. I think it's fundamental. But what I expect to see happen is that we'll get through this hour, and there will be members of the Liberal Party who will have spoken at great length, and will seek to talk the clock out, and will look to speak a second time or a third time. Yesterday, very reasonable amendments were proposed by myself. A half a loaf was proposed by Mr. Angus from the NDP. I was only too happy to further that proposal that would have checked the boxes that have been laid out by the Liberal members. Well, let's suspend, let's discuss, the suspension happened, and then we got right back into the same talking points from the Liberal members. If you don't support the motion, vote against it, but have the courage of your convictions. And not having a majority on the committee, as was the case during the previous ethical scandals and involving corruption in this Liberal government, this Prime Minister twice having been found guilty of breaking ethics laws, and during the SNC-Lavalin scandal using majorities on committee to shut them down. Well, now the government doesn't have a majority. Canadians elected a majority opposition. And so it's not for the government to use tricks to try and dodge accountability. You have to take your lumps. If you play silly games, you win silly prizes. And that's what the executive has done here. They played fast and loose. And now we've heard testimony that contradicts other testimony that's been provided. Testimony provided at this committee. Testimony provided at the Finance Committee. So we will get the answers. We will see these documents. It's a question of if Liberal members on this committee are prepared not just to filibuster today, but to filibuster on Tuesday and on Wednesday and on Thursday and Friday of next week. Because opposition members have said that we want this information. We hold a majority on this committee, and the chair will schedule meetings in accordance with the rules, I'm sure. But opposition members have other procedural tools as well. And so while a filibuster is a tool that members on this committee can use to avoid accountability for the government, to further the cover-up, we also have means to continue to call this committee to meet to deal with this issue. If you want to consider the effect of unnecessary engagement, extra hours in the translation booths and for the clerk and for staff and for the technical staff who have to put these meetings on, for all of the analysts, the parliamentary staff, the legislative assistants, for all the members on this call. Well, there will be an increase in all of that based on the length of the filibuster offered by the government. So if government members want to continue to populate the speakers list and want to continue to offer the same points, we've heard it. You don't agree with the motion. Understood. We'll have a recorded vote. As soon as you've repeated the points that you've already asserted, and then Canadians will have an answer. Canadians will know that Parliament still works and that democracy works. It's based on the number of votes. And that's how we're going to help repair some of the damage that's been done to our democratic institutions. That's part of our job here. So we can do that, and we can do that today. So members will say what members have to say, but what's important is that members also vote. And so I look forward to the vote. Like I said at the beginning, I don't think there's going to be any surprises. But it would be, after hearing all of hearing the Liberal members start to say, well, there's risks, and the committee's time, and it's the lengthy repeated speeches and the multiple meetings to deal with the same issue that by your reasoning would put people at risk and would take up more of this committee's time. So let's get down to business. I'm ready to vote. And once members have had their say, it doesn't mean you're going to get your way, but it does mean that you get to vote. So let's do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. And now we'll move on to Mr. Fergus.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank my honorable colleagues of all stripes. I would like to thank you for having voiced their opinions. And I'd like to thank you for having spoken about these issues, which are very important issues. Now, before starting to say what I wanted to say today, I must tell you something. Mr. Chair, I'm always quite fascinated by the comments of my colleague, Mr. Barrett. He seems to be accusing MPs who do not agree with his point of view. And he's saying that they're wasting the time of the committee. They're wasting Parliament's time, that they're wasting resources. I do remember.
Order, Chair.
Mr. Barrett, a point of order.
Chair, the member's assertion is not something that I said. I was responding to comments made by his colleagues, his Liberal colleagues, who contended that this motion was a waste of the committee's time. I do not believe this motion is a waste of the committee's time. I believe it's in the public interest.
Thanks, Mr. Barrett. It's not a point of order, but I understand you wanted to make your point. Mr. Fergus, please continue.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I actually was not talking about the motion. I hope this wasn't an interpretation problem. What I was trying to say was that the committee's time was being wasted, that Mr. Barrett said that the committee's time was being wasted by obstruction. And what I'm trying to say is that when I became a member of this committee, at the very beginning of this legislature, it's Mr. Barrett himself who had tabled a motion, and we had had a nice discussion about cooperation, collaboration. And what we had done at the time, well, Mr. Barrett had spoken and he had presented a motion. that was very dear to his heart. And he spoke during the whole meeting, and we adjourned the meeting. And when the meeting started again for a second time, Mr. Barrett spoke for a very long time at the second meeting. So once again, I must say that you can see that when Mr. Barrett does agree with the motion, when he's in favor of a motion, when it's a motion that he has proposed, he does agree. But when he does not agree with something, all of a sudden he says that we're wasting time and that we would be wasting resources and that we're not being democratic. I must tell you, Mr. Chair, that I am opposed to this, and this is for several very specific reasons, and I would like to take the time now to explain my viewpoint to you, Mr. Chair. I know you very well, and I really respect you, Mr. Chair. I have a lot of consideration for you, Mr. Chair, and a lot of consideration for all of the members of this committee. So, Mr. Chair, first of all, with all of the respect that I have for you, and I really hope that in the future we will be able to have meetings that will be determined with an agreement of all of the members. And it is your prerogative as a chair to hold meetings. And I do hope that you will continue to do what we normally do and that you will work in all collaboration when you're fixing meetings. As you know, usually the House of Commons doesn't have meetings on Friday afternoons. Usually Friday afternoons are reserved for time in our ridings. I live close to Parliament, but if I think about other MPs who live further away, they need to take their car or the plane to go back to their ridings. And as you know, as we changed the meeting and we have a meeting today, we had meetings that were we had certain meetings that we thought we were going to have this afternoon, and we had to change our plans, and now we have to change our plans a second time today. So this is how Parliament works. This is the work of a parliamentarian, so I'm not complaining, but I do hope that in a spirit of collaboration and cooperation, that in the future we will be able to set meetings otherwise. Our file is a very important file. This issue is an important issue. And what's happening right now, well, I do remember that at a certain time, there just was not an ethics code for MPs, and this isn't that long ago. I think that everybody should be using their common sense, and that's what people had to use before when they had to act as MPs. But because there were some misconducts, we had to take things into our own hands. And so an ethics code was elaborated. And as soon as we started this ethics code for MPs, there was also an agent, a position. So there was a third person, a third party, who was designated to study these issues. Why was this position created? For a very simple reason. MPs were not supposed to investigate what was happening in other MPs' cases, not because they couldn't do it, but just because we have a vested interest in the results. We are not neutral agents. We are people who have a vested interest in the conclusion of these investigations. And I can only presume that everybody is acting in good faith around the table, and I'm convinced of this, But of course, sometimes there are certain pressures that are exerted for some people. Some people have certain responsibilities, and some people want to go in one direction or in another, and some people want to see things that simply do not exist. And some people really want to rub salt in the wound. And as we knew full well, we knew that it would not be possible to arrive at a conclusion that Canadians could trust in, that would be an objective one and that would be an impartial one. And this is why this position was created with the ethics counselor position. So this position has evolved with time. It evolved during the last 20 years.
At first, there was an independent agent within the government, and then we realized that we needed a better system, and we proposed something a bit with a larger scope and a body that would be a bit more independent, and it would be a parliamentary officer. I am proud to say that Canada has one of the best systems in the world for this. We have a parliamentary agent, and that person, Mario Dion, is independent. He is responsible for data collection. He asks questions. He leads investigations. He reviews the data that he receives. Inaudible for the interpreter.
Objectif.
Our main objective.
Est-ce que vous pouvez m'entendre?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Madam Chair, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you now. As I was saying, we created this position so that we could receive information. For access to information and ethics, we created this position to support the ethics commissioner's job. We wanted to make sure that he had all the tools necessary. We made a decision, and I'm saying this completely sincerely. I am a political nerd. I love politics. When I was 14, I got a subscription to the House of Commons record, the Hansard. Who does that? I think that the system is important. We made a decision that I'm not comfortable with. We decided that we were going to collect information. I tried to convince my colleagues to say that if we have to proceed that way, if you insist to proceed that way, yes, we can proceed that way, but we need to take all possible measures to make sure that the information will directly go to the ethics commissioner. It shouldn't go through the clerk. It should just go straight to the ethics commissioner. Unfortunately, I was unable to convince my colleagues to proceed in such a manner. we needed to see this information ourselves. People sitting around the table understood that maybe we went too far, and we had discussions to decide to say, okay, if we truly insist and we want to see this information, we need to make sure that MPs are the only ones who will be able to consult the information in camera. We will not see the involved staff, and when we will go ahead, we will need to leave all of our electronic devices outside. We would only go within the room, into the room, to look at the information while supervised by the clerk. We did not want to open that door too wide, but because we knew that it would lead to serious consequences in the future. Someday we are going to end up in the opposition, and that's completely normal. It's normal, and it is healthy. When you will be in the government again, and since you've already opened that door, you will see that it doesn't make any sense to have members of parliament investigating other members of parliament. You will say, maybe we should have pumped the brakes or established limits. Once again, I am going to plead with you, colleagues. Let's stop while we still can. Let's allow the ethics commissioner to do his job. Let's make sure that we are going to establish strong parameters for those who will consult the documents. To me, that's fundamental. It is fundamental, and the law that we have on public funding for politicians, this is the same type of reasoning. This is why we have a good electoral system in Canada. We should not meddle in these things. We need to trust the system. It is not in our collective interest to proceed towards that. We can look at our colleagues, for example. For them, anything goes. They crossed the line, and they went beyond what acceptable standards would be. And right now, they are now experiencing the consequences of their actions, and we need to avoid that scenario. Our role is to strengthen the commissioner's role, and we can do so in many ways. And I hope that we will be able to do so, or that we might do so jointly. That's what our role is. Mr. Chair, I was a member of Parliament when we were in the official opposition, and I was in a committee that was chaired by a member that I respect very much. In that public accounts committee, they were always able to submit reports unanimously. And there is power in that. the committee responsible for public accounts was able to submit such a report, and I hope that we will be able to do the same in this committee. We will always work within a good context, a healthy context, a context that we want, and we hope that we will be helping Canadians. Mr. Chair, as I've stated, that is the main idea for my remarks. I say that we should all take a step back and look into what we can do to reinforce the Ethics Commissioner's role and what we can do to help Canadians trust him and trust the work that he does. The Ethics Commissioner's conclusions will be what they are, and we are going to listen to his conclusions. Mr. Chair, when we mow others down, my apologies to the interpreters if my plosives are very loud. If we turn the situation into a scramble, we are going to head in a direction that we are all going to end up regretting sooner or later. Mr. Chair, these are my concluding remarks. I think that we had demonstrated the importance of allowing the commissioner to do his job. To Mr. Barrett, Mr. Angus, Mr. Dong, Ms. Shanahan, and all those who spoke before me, you have all highlighted that there are many other issues that are more important and that deserve our attention and efforts. We talked about the importance of dealing with the pandemic, and it is important to take measures. Well, my French is faltering now.
Et on a un appli COVID Alert.
We have an application, COVID Alert, that is an excellent tool that we can use. This is something that we need to maintain people's privacy and protect their personal data. I think we did that well, but we can study that later. Ms. Goudreau, myself, Mr. Angus, we all talked about the importance of harnessing artificial intelligence and establishing limits for facial recognition. There are applications that currently use facial recognition. Within this context of the crisis, companies have stopped developing these facial recognition applications because everyone is now wearing a mask. This means that we have a very small window of opportunity to lead a thorough review of that matter. We can have consultations with experts, with privacy experts. As for myself, a Black Canadian, Mr. Chair, you know that these types of software make mistakes that are 10 times. I'm going to switch to English.
Times more inaccurate when it is measuring or when it is trying to identify people frankly, anyone who isn't white. The system that has been developed for artificial intelligence, facial recognition, is not good. It means, Mr. Speaker, I can't think of a single law that I've broken in my life. But, I could be flying somewhere and all of a sudden my name's going to be flagged because of this faulty software. And that will affect me and anybody who looks like me. That's just not right. We need to establish guidelines. And so we identified this back in February, I think it was 19th, if I recall correctly, that this was going to be one of our priority studies for our committee. We should get to that. We should let the Commissioner of Ethics do his work, and we should allow ourselves to focus on the things that we really have an appropriate role to play. And to me, that is just so important. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like us to get to that point. I would like us to let the person who is charged with the responsibility of taking a look at the affairs of members to be given that responsibility. We could play a supportive role, making sure that he has all those tools and access to the information that he needs access to. And if he doesn't, we should invite him to our committee to let us know that where he needs help, and we could provide that help. But Mr. Speaker, if we go down the route of investigating ourselves, investigating our families, investigating our relatives, investigating our neighbors and friends, we're going down the wrong road. Sincerely, we are going down the wrong road. So, Monsieur le Président, avec...
So with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for giving me this time to speak, to express my views. I know you are a new member of the committee. I hope that you found my comments to be relevant and useful in your thought process. And on that, thank you very much.
Chair, point of order.
Yes, Ms. Shanahan, go ahead.
Yes, if you could just reiterate the speaking list, please.
Yes, as I have it now, Madam Shanahan, it's Mr. Workington is next, Mr. Couric, Mr. Sorbera, Madam Goudreau, Ms. Latanzio, I apologize, Madam Shanahan, Mr. Dong, and Mr. Barrett. Thank you very much, Mr. Fergus. Now on to Mr. Workington. Mr. Workington, are you available?
It looks like he stepped away, Chair. I'm sure he'd concede with giving up his slot.
Okay, we'll proceed. Mr. Couric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and it is great to be a substitute on the Ethics Committee today.
Sorry, point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Angus.
Sorry to interrupt. Oops, hold on. The Liberals have been, I don't know, rather long-winded. Mr. Workington might have fallen asleep for a few minutes, but I certainly wouldn't want to rob him of his opportunity to speak.
Point d'ordre, malheureusement.
Point of order. Listen, unfortunately, please, can you bring your mic closer to your mouth? Can you speak at a rhythm that allows for the interpreters to do their work? Please, Mr. Angus.
Well, there was a point of order on a point of order, Mr. Chair. I was just saying in deference to Mr. Workington's spot in the queue, because the Liberal speaks so long, I wouldn't want him to be robbed of his opportunity to speak. So I'm asking if you would consider to keep him in the slot so that we do get to hear from every member and not just from Liberals who are filibustering.
Thank you, Mr. Angus. I will do what's appropriate and right in that concern. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Kirk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and it is good to be back in the Ethics Committee. Although unfortunate that there was a 6-week delay and then another couple of weeks organization when certainly I, among many Canadians, were shocked and appalled, quite frankly, when the day that some documents were meant to be available, the Prime Minister prorogued Parliament. A cover-up. And certainly I've heard from many constituents, and even yesterday, when the article came out about the happenings of this committee yesterday, a number of constituents were texting me, sending me Facebook messages, and calling my office saying, how dare the Liberals continue on that attempt to cover up this scandal? Now, Canadians deserve answers. And I will keep my comments very, very brief because I think that the point that's been made by a number of members of this committee is that there is an opportunity to demonstrate where one falls on this question. Do you support it or do you not? And then Canadians can be the judge. But the ultimate question that needs to be asked is about trust. A number of my colleagues from across the way have mentioned how important it is to focus on COVID. And I agree. And there's been, I think, in many instances, a lot of collaboration that's taken place. However, it is very unfortunate that the actions of the Liberal government have taken away the credibility that they have been able to operate, to the point where I hear from many constituents that say, how can I trust anything the government says? This is an issue of trust, and is especially relevant at a time when Canadians are faced with the devastating consequences of a pandemic that likely the world hasn't seen in over a century. Canadians need to be able to trust their government, and this is one small step with the appropriate measures in place and ensuring that if a member is unable to attend in person, that there is the ability for that member to not be deprived the ability to still be able to do his or her job. Canadians deserve to be able to trust their government, and this is but a small step that could be taken in that regard. So I won't, I'd taken fairly extensive notes about a number of the comments that my colleagues have made. I would just say, Mr. Fergus, I, like you, subscribed to Hansard when I was a early teenager. In fact, I remember a moment that I got in trouble for watching question period during class when I was in grade 7 or 8. So now I get the honor of being on the chamber floor during that time, and it certainly is just that, and emphasizes how important the job that we all do here is. But certainly, I would conclude my comments by saying, let's vote. Let Canadians decide. We have the motion before us, and I would certainly ask all members that if there's a willingness to cede time to go forward to the vote, and then let Canadians be the judge. You can vote one way or the other, and certainly I would encourage the question to be called so that we can move on with the important business that the members opposite and all members of this committee know that is at hand. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would cede my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Couric. Now, I think you've seen just by the 2 days that I'm a chair that hesitates to comment because my job is really to referee the committee and make sure that your voices are heard. But with those last 2 comments, I can't help but make the observation that I thought it was only Speaker Milliken who got for his birthday the procedure and House rules. But obviously, I'm the outlier. There's many people that have actually been subscribers to Hansard and have gotten these books as gifts. So I now I'm going to have to go back and do a lot more study. I had no idea that you were all my seniors. So that'll move me on to Mr. Sorbera.
Thank you, Chair, and great to see everyone this afternoon and to be with you all, and happy Friday. Obviously, we're here to do the good work that the residents of our individual ridings have sent us here to do. And with that, we continue on. I would like to add to Mr. Fergus and Mr. Kirk's comment about our passion for, I don't want to call it politics. I think it's our passion for public service and serving Canadians, and trying to make this country an even better place than it is, which is very hard to do, but we must do that as it may. We do live in a blessed country. And I remember the first time I sat and I visited Ottawa, and I grew up in for those of you who don't know this, I grew up in northern British Columbia in a small town, Prince Rupert, British Columbia. And I went to Ottawa in grade 12 on an adventure of citizenship program sponsored by Rotary. And at that time there, I believe it was 1989. It was during the Mulroney years, and was able to listen to many, sat in the House of Commons and listened to many ministers. And it was a wonderful experience and inspired me to become even more involved in public life and volunteer in my community and do many things as us young political wonks and geeks kind of want to do when we're there. Going back to today, it's obviously great to be here with everyone. And I just wanted to, if I may, spend a few moments of time talking about COVID-19. It's here in the province of Ontario. The pandemic has obviously, unfortunately, reared its head again, and issues with dealing with regards to privacy, which my understanding goes under the umbrella of this committee, and obviously goes under the umbrella of the debate of the motion that we're debating today about individuals' privacy, which is very, very important. We've seen the Premier of Ontario come out today and make some pronouncements that Ottawa, Toronto, and Peel will unfortunately be going back to stage 2 for the next 3 or 4 weeks. And we always need to remember these decisions are not easy ones to make because they impact the lives of literally hundreds of thousands of people, small business owners, parents, you name it. It's unfortunate that we had to go back this way, but the second wave is here, and we need to take people's health and safety to be of paramount concern. And I really emphasize that paramount concerns. But when it comes to the privacy of Canadians, I do wanted to flag an article and something I read by an individual named Thomas Daigle. And I do want to give him the credit on this. It's about misconceptions persisting about the effectiveness and privacy of Canada's COVID alert app. And again, it ties into the motion about protecting people's privacy. And we need to always reference that. Misconceptions persist about the effectiveness and privacy of Canada's COVID alert app. That in a recent headline I read in the news, specifically from an article written by Thomas Daigle. Our government's COVID alert app has received positive reviews from privacy advocates, but mispersists about what data it collects. Experts stress the more people who use it, the more effective it will be. The COVID alert app is meant to notify users when they've spent time in close proximity to another user who's reported a positive coronavirus test result. After closing his Barrie, Ontario cafe for the day recently, Rene Segura checked his smartphone and saw a reassuring message. No exposure detected, the screen read. Like nearly 3 million and growing other Canadians, I think the number is actually 4 million now, Segura downloaded the COVID alert app on the understanding it would notify him if he spent time in close contact with a known coronavirus carrier. This app launched by the federal government on July 31st, and so far is not universal use in all provinces, but I actually believe, I think BC and Alberta are the two outliers, if I'm not, and I stand to be corrected. I think the Belle Province recently has also adopted the thing. Oh, let me just, sorry about that. Just went what happened to my speaking notes here. There we go. Sorry about that. Modern technology sometimes delays things. The app launched on, if I can go back in, the app launched by the federal government on July 31st, and so far is not universal use in all provinces. I think there's 2 remaining provinces. The app is designed to warn users if they've spent at least 15 minutes in the past 2 weeks within 2 meters of another user who later tested positive for the coronavirus. Having survived a near-death encounter with COVID-19, Segura has extra incentive to use the app. I still have my guard up, he said. I don't want to go through the same episode again. The app, which works on a later model Apple and Android devices, has received positive reviews from privacy advocates, again, something that our committee needs to be galvanized by, but mispersists about the data it collects and doesn't collect. Experts in both technology and public health stress that the more people who use it, the better it will be. However, they say it does not need to be adopted by a majority of the population for it to have a positive impact. Using the app does not lessen requirements for public health measures like physical distancing, hand washing, and wearing a mask. It's also not meant to replace manual contact tracing, where teams reach out to anyone who's been put at risk of exposure. So far, there are a few ways to measure whether it has been effective, but that appears to be the price for the software's built-in privacy measures. But many people have indicated on social media that they got an alert from the app and got tested. When a user of the app is diagnosed they're giving a one-time code to input, which then alerts others with whom the patient has been in close contact recently. This feature is built on a framework jointly developed by Apple and Google. The COVID Alert app is so far only functional in 6 provinces. I believe now it's 7 or 8. But the federal government is hopeful that all provinces will use this app. To ensure better privacy, the data is stored on the individual devices, not on a central server. The drawback is there's no way of knowing how many users have received an exposure notification. What's more, a user isn't told when, where, or with whom any potential exposure occurred. So it's impossible to determine whether it's a real threat or the result of a glitch. The alert would directly...
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chair, unfortunately, it's been minutes now that Mr. Angus has not turned off his audio. Thank you very much for the interpreters.
Oh,
excuse Madame Goudreau.
I'm sorry, Madame Goudreau. It's a problem. I recognize if there's a problem.
Mr. Chair, I know Mr. Sorbert is new here. I know that the Liberals are doing lots of stuff to obstruct our work, but my understanding of this committee is that people actually have to be speaking to the matter at hand. So I'm glad my colleague knows about an app for COVID, but we're not discussing an app. It seems to me that this is not what the issue is, and we need to be, if we're going to have filibusters, people actually have to speak to the point, which is about the documents. It's about the WE organization paying the key members of the Trudeau family. It's about whether or not what was in those payments formed a form of attempted influence of the Prime Minister in the awarding of a contract between $500 million and $900 million. So I just ask my colleagues to respect our time and respect this committee. And so Mr. Sorbera to actually read his notes about what this debate is about and stick to the issues at hand.
Okay, colleagues, there was 2 points there. Madam Goudreau, was there some issue in regards to audio that you were dealing with? Oh, that's all good? Okay. Colleagues, as a chair, I try to give lots of latitude, but to Mr. Angus's point, we are dealing with one specific motion, and if you could keep your comments as contained to that motion as possible, it'd be to the benefit of all colleagues on this committee. Thank you. You can go ahead again, Mr. Sorbera.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry about that. I'm just, it seems like I have a million documents ready. As the motion does relate to individuals' privacy here in Canada, and you know, if I can just take a step back, because I think about this ethics committee, and I know we received if I have it printed here in my pile of lovely documents, a backgrounder from the Library of Parliament on Prepare for the House of Commons Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. And what the committee mandate is with regards, and it says Understanding Order 108, bracket 3H, the committee's mandate is to study matters related to the Office of Information Commissioner of Canada, the Office of the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, the Office of the Lobbying Commissioner, and the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. And I pursuant to Conflict of Interest Act, matters related to the Conflict of Interest Code, and I'll slow down for the interpretation, so I apologize, you may excuse. Matters related to the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons are studied by the House of Commons Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. So my understanding of the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is undertaking various studies, and I obviously, like every other Canadian, every other member of Parliament, wish to receive the documents and the findings that the Ethics Commissioner will put forth, and that's fair enough. You know, and it's I am slightly concerned in terms of the motion's direction for this committee. You know, we had on October 8th, 2020, which I believe was yesterday, and I know tomorrow is my 11th anniversary, so I do need to go shopping sometime today. So please, let's not go on till midnight. That the Commissioner's annual report, Pandemic Raises Privacy Concerns, highlighting the urgency of law reform. Public health crisis has pushed daily activities online, underscoring critical need for change. Now, as a member of Parliament, as someone who has the privilege to represent the wonderful residents of this riding, and as a first-time member of this committee, on the Ethics Committee, I look at this report, which I briefly perused last night, and some of the message and the Commissioner's message and so forth. This committee has a lot of work to do, and we could do a lot of good work for Canadians in this digital age we're in, and how we've all transitioned as members of Parliament, looking at going from the physical life that we had in Ottawa, which I will admit I miss, and it was nice to be back for 2 weeks, but also the work that we need to do now to protect individuals' privacy. And much with regards to this motion that is in front of us from Mr. Barrett, and I think I have this motion somewhere. I also have Marie-Hélène Goudreau's motion as well. Thank you for forwarding that along as well. And I think about this, we have a lot of work to do. And I think the important work that needs to be done for Canadians is not on this motion. I think Mr. Barrett's, Member of Parliament Barrett, and the motion he's put forward is frankly nothing more than, and as someone who grew up on the North Coast and had many friends that were parents that had fishing boats, and whether they were seiners or gill netters or trollers or worked at a fish cannery, this is nothing more than what I would call a fishing expedition in the absolute sense, and nothing more than a waste of I don't want to say the committee's time, but the waste of our time. And when I say the waste of members of Parliament's time, when we have very important issues that are in front of us, that we have very important issues that we need to deal with Canadians and how they participate in a society where we are in, and how their privacy is protected. I think that should be the nature of the committee. That this motion, to me, is nothing more than a fishing expedition by the opposition, and frankly, in a time when our economy is recovering. Again, 378,000 jobs were created in the month of September. We know we have a grind in front of us. We know that another number of programs were introduced today that will benefit a number of our stakeholders, a number of our businesses, whether it's expansion of the CEBA, the CECRA, or the new rental assistance program. Going back to this motion, to me, it's going after people's invasion of privacy. And so forth, as I was quoted in, I believe, the iPolitics article that came out overnight, and I read, you get these Google alerts when your name gets mentioned in the press, and your kind of blood pressure always goes up a few notches when you're like, oh, what did I do here, or did I do well? And I saw that, and and I go back to it. I think this is something that the committee is veering to, that does not lend well to what we should be doing and what our focus is during this most extraordinary and unique time in not only our country's history, but in the world's history. And here we are focusing on something. And I've heard MP Angus comment about the size of the program that was supposedly introduced. It wasn't $900 million. It was far from that. It was a much smaller program. But nonetheless, the program was not enacted. We did help students from coast to coast to coast through the Canada Emergency Student Response Benefit. Over, I think it's approximately 706,000 or 703,000 students were assisted. So, we are here helping Canadians, and I think the committee, in its wisdom, and we are, as many as have used this word, we are the masters of our domain. We move the ship to where we want to move it to, and we put the anchor down in whichever study we wish to embark on. And I think reading this report, which I have here from the Privacy Commissioner yesterday, I think Canada as a country, we have work to do. And when I see this beautiful infographic, Privacy Protection Canada and its trading partners, I think we have some really good work to do in looking at privacy. And I think that should be the direction of the committee. With regards to the motion at hand, again, Mr. Barrett, and you please correct me if I'm wrong, MP Barrett, my understanding is the motion does change the motion that was in place in July. If I'm wrong, please correct. And I just keep wondering why that change. I really do, and that concerns me. And also, I can, the nature of the motion that was brought forth. Going after the prime minister and his family. You know what? I'll be honest with you. My constituents and the residents, the feedback I got is that they weren't terribly impressed with the direction that the opposition was going on. They weren't terribly impressed at all. They were worried about their kids going back to school. They were worried about their businesses surviving. That's what they were worried about. They were ensuring getting their kids safely back into school, and we've seen changes this week with some of the school boards, the Peel School Board, the York Region Catholic School Board. That's what they're concerned about, and it just seems to me. I wonder sometimes the direction and philosophy in terms of where the opposition party wants to go with these type of motions. Chair, I'll stop there. I believe there's others on the list that wish to speak. If I need to come back and raise my hand again, I'll use that privilege that we have as members of Parliament. And again, it is great to see everybody. It is true. Yes, I do celebrate my 11th wedding anniversary tomorrow morning, and if this committee goes all night and I get in trouble, I know who to blame. Anyways, I'll leave it at that and let the next
Justin Trudeau.
No, we will definitely not blame the Prime Minister. In fact, I'm very happy with the Prime Minister's announcement today, and I know the businesses in my riding and the citizens of my riding will be very happy to see that the 13,000 businesses, small business SMEs that exist in the city of Vaughan, and the approximately 4,000 businesses that I have in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge will, again, like we said in our throne speech, we have citizens back, whether they're business or employees, and all Canadians, we have their back. Actually, I do want to add before I stop there, because on this, the comment and I do want to address the comment that MP Barrett made about blaming the Prime Minister. I view life in terms of taking responsibility, and I view life as being held accountable, and we're all accountable for our actions. And the Prime Minister, like all of us, is. And you know what? If I make an error, if I make a mistake, in my dialect and my parents, what they've taught me is you have an expression was called "cercoscusa," which means you own up to what you did, and you move forward and you learn from it. And I think that's a lesson that I try to teach teach my kids. I think it's a lesson that I try to earn up to myself, whether as a member of Parliament or as what I did for 20 some odd years working in the private sector, both in New York City and Toronto and a little bit in London, England, which I was blessed to do. And I think learning those type of lessons, and Mr. Barrett, MP Barrett, you know that, and then but also about talking about blaming the leader. There's I'm just pulling up here the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner Kuzi Report 2018 from Mario Dion, and I can there's I guess about 15 pages here that I would think about looking at, and I just say what the Ethics Commissioner does is provide information on the executive summary, and this pertains to this committee. It pertains. The report presents the findings of my inquiry under the and this is let me just restate it. This is the Kuzi Report 2018 submitted to members of Parliament in December 2018. Mary Dion, Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. Let's see here. I'll just go to the executive summary because that tends to be the Coles Notes version. This report presents the findings of my inquiry under the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons into the conduct of Mrs. Stephanie Kuzi, Member of Parliament for Calgary-Mindapore, in connection with the public comments concerning a request for inquiry about another Member of Parliament that she made to my office. On March 29th, 2018, I received a letter from Ms. Kuzi asking me to conduct an inquiry into the conduct of Mr. Raj Graywell, Member of Parliament for Brampton East. The same day I learned that an article report...
Sorry, MP Sabra. Could you slow down so the interpreter can do her job?
Yes. We're really, and I'll even summarize it even a little. I will summarize it quicker, and excusez-moi to l'interpreteur, je parle un petit peu le français, mais je ne parle pas.
And sorry to the interpreters, I speak French.
I'll just switch there to French. Je vous dis bon après-midi.
So I just wanted to say good afternoon to the interpreters today, who are helping our committees, our ethics committee, to do its work. I'm happy to work for all Canadians who are listening to us and who are watching our committee sittings.
Regarding this report, the evidence showed that the office of the Leader of the Opposition encouraged Mrs. Kusi, a recently elected member, to post about her request on social media once it had been made public. In commenting publicly on her request for an inquiry in contravention of subsection 27 bracket 2.1 of the code, Mrs. Kusi was acting on the advice that she received from the staff of the office of the Leader of the Opposition, and her non-compliance was an error in the judgment made in good faith. I therefore recommended no sanction be imposed. And I see that's, to me, that is the notion that we as members of parliament want to act in good faith. We want to do what's right for our constituents. But at the same time, we need to be accountable. And I do believe in that accountability. I don't believe in fishing expositions to look at someone's private matters, especially when they are really, frankly, if I can be so blunt, none of our business. And this is not pertaining to directly to any member of parliament, because I do believe what members of parliament do is our business, but not going after their family. I think that's fundamentally wrong. I think that's fundamentally against the values I was raised with and raised on. Obviously, if anything has been untoward done, there are various agencies in Canada we can all turn to have investigations done, and that's a normal part for the course. But in terms of us as politicians acting in a very, very blatant and I would say irresponsible manner, and again, this is my view of this motion that's been put forward, to me is something done in a very irresponsible manner. I don't believe, and I look at this report put forward by Mr. Dion. I do believe Mr. Dion is a very honorable person, is conducting his investigation and ongoing, and we look forward to all findings of officers of Parliament, and I do as well. And again, I do believe in accountability and transparency. I just don't believe in accounting in fishing expositions just to do fishing expositions. I can go on, and I'm going to continue for another couple of minutes. Some ideas have popped in my head, and I really, going back to the idea of privacy, Chair, and to my to fellow colleagues who have the privilege of sitting on this committee. Okay, Chair, I would like to, if possible, move an amendment to Mr. Barrett's motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Surveyor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we all the interpreters and clerk ready? C'est bon? Okay. That Mr. Andrew Scheer, MP for Regina Capel, be ordered to provide all documents, including emails and text messages related to the advice that his then office, the office of the Leader of the Official Opposition, provided to Mrs. Stephanie Kusi, MP for Calgary-Mindapore, when she was advised by his office to contravene Section 27 bracket 2.1 of the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons, as outlined in the Kusi report published by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, and that these documents be provided to the committee within 10 calendar days.
Point of order, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Barrett. I was going to rule on that, but go ahead.
I'm just going to look for a ruling from the chair on the admissibility of that motion. I expect that if you confer with the clerk and with with the rules of this place, that you will find that amendment is not in order.
Mr. Barrett, first off, I am fortunate to have one of the best clerks on the Parliament Hill. Her history goes way back, and so I greatly appreciate that. But there's no need for me to confer with the clerk on this one. This is quite easy. It's not germane to the original motion at all. It's not coherent to it, and so it's not really permissible. It's not admissible as far as the amendment goes. The amendment has to have something to do with the subject at hand, and in that case, it does not. So we will continue on with the debate on the initial motion.
Okay. Thank you. Do I have the floor again, Chair?
Well, we need to move on to another speaker. I was expecting that your comments were done. That's why you moved the amendment.
I will only say, well, I do respect the chair's decision, and obviously will not challenge that. If it's okay, now we have hit 3:04, and I would like to I'm not actually finished speaking. I do have some further remarks on
move to a vote.
Mr. Barrett's amendments, Mr. Barrett's motion. Excuse me.
Point of order.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Angus. Point of order.
Yes, sorry. It's my understanding if a member takes up their time and then introduces a motion, they introduce the motion at the end of their speaking order, even if the motion they introduce is ridiculous and completely out of order, that does represent the end of their speaking. They don't then get to say, I want to start all over again and talk about everything else. I think he brought a motion, it was rejected. That means his turn of speaking is finished and we should now move on. And so we can at least, if we're going to be here for hours and hours and hours, maintain, and Chair, you're doing an excellent job, I want to say, very patient, but we do have to maintain a modicum of professionalism here. So I'd ask my colleagues to remember how this place is supposed to run.
Exactement, Monsieur.
Absolutely, Mr. Angus. Thank you, Mr. Sorora. And now, Madame Goudreau has the floor. Hello. It's very difficult to take the floor after having heard everything that's been said today. But I'm going to talk about my convictions and speak from the heart. I'd like to talk about 3 points. First of all, I'd like to come back to what has been said today. Second, I'm going to talk about the motion. And third, you will see, we're probably going to sleep here tonight because people are very, very good at skating around. And I'm a good skater. I used to skate before, so I'll be able to skate with you today. But if I may rather, I'm a bit embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. I'm really embarrassed about all of us. I'm very happy to be here. I'm pleased to be here. I'm pleased to be part of this committee, of the Ethics Committee. My children are here and they're asking me what we're doing. And I told them they could watch this meeting and they could see what everybody was doing here. And we are trying to save things. We're trying to help people. We're trying to help our constituents today. And I told my children to tell me what they thought about this. And my children are writing to me right now, and they're saying, when are you going to talk? And I said, listen, everybody needs to speak. And my children are asking me, why are people repeating themselves? Why are they changing subject? You were supposed to end the meeting at 3 o'clock. Why are things going on? And I must say I'm very embarrassed. Well, you're going to tell me that this is how Parliament works, and this is what happens in a federation. But this doesn't preclude me from remembering what the chair said. Yes, this is my first experience as an MP. And it's important for me to tell you what I'm feeling. I've been listening to you for the past hour and 10 minutes. And the chair said, do not forget that your children are watching you. Well, there are children watching us right now. Our children are watching us. And some people are wondering where we're going with this. Some people are saying, this is a joke. You should vote. Get with it, the program. You should be ethical because we are in a committee, the Ethics Committee. And what is ethics, really? You should read about this, and I think you all know it full well. Ethics is what is right. It's the right thing to do. So our judgment call must be ethical. How are we supposed to behave in society? I'd be able to talk for half an hour because I have a lot of things to say. I do respect all of you. I've been watching you from the beginning. I never closed my camera, my video, and I hope that Mr. Warkentin is not in danger, that nothing happened to him. I'm very embarrassed right now because this is the ethics committee. And I'm trying to understand what's happening. What is happening exactly right now? We have been elected. Have we been elected by a party? Have we been elected by citizens who voted for us? And this is the question of the day, Friday's question. So I'm very happy to have talked about this with you. And I always like to speak from the heart because this is the basis of why we're here today. Earlier, people were talking about investigations. Are you going to investigate everybody? Well, listen. Right now, we're not talking about a $1 figure. When I arrived here, I was very surprised to see that I had to give up so much information about myself, so much personal information. And if I obtained a gift of over $200, I had to explain it. And I agreed to do this. But if you think about people who are working in the business sector, there's often an ethical margin, what is acceptable or not acceptable. And we're not talking about $1, about $200. We're talking about a lot of figures in this case. So let's talk about ethics. You do not have to answer my question, but think about it. Would it not be normal to think that there are people that are suffering right now? People are dying right now. People are worried right now. And they're looking at what the government is doing, and they're seeing that the government is trying to help them, but they need to see if they can trust this government. Throughout the summer, I spoke with people, and they told me that they needed to trust us more. They wanted to trust us more. So this is very worrisome. I'd like to come back to what I was saying in the beginning at our first meeting. I made a proposal. And I told you that we could complete what we had started. I was ready to sit throughout August, but then I found out there was going to be a prorogation. And I think I'm learning a lot at this committee. So now we're continuing things, but certain things have progressed in the meantime. And it is important to think about our citizens and be worried for them. We have to protect personal information, facial recognition. We have to go back to all sorts of potential conflicts so that this does not happen again. Because otherwise, when there are elections or another government, things will not have changed. We have to work together. Look at your colleagues in other committees. People are smiling much more in other committees, and it looks as if we are bored here, and I find that very sad because we have a lot of things to accomplish, and we could work together. Now let's talk about leaks. Yes, the commissioner did speak about this, and maybe you would like to reread the commissioner's report. The commissioner said that most Canadians and Quebecers have data that is freely accessible. Your number, your phone number, your home address, your date of birth. You have to look at what's happening. If you can look on internet, you can find all sorts of information. This information is very open and accessible. So what we need to do, and it's an emergency, we really have to continue doing our business and do our job. And I've talked about this beforehand. I'm not going to talk for 32 minutes. I'm only going to talk for about 7 minutes. We have to come back on conflicts of interest. It's important to talk about the policies and talk about the issues. And I've already tabled my second motion. I have another motion, a motion regarding conflicts of interest. We should do this study. Let's go ahead with it. And then there's another one regarding our identity. We still have a lot of work to do. When I spoke with my previous colleagues, they wondered why we didn't go ahead with this motion. I don't know. There was an election, then there was a prorogation. Let's just get with the program. And also, I really think that we should be able to finish things today, and we should be able to really shed light on what's happening right now. There's not a lot of things that have changed. All we have to say is that we are going to investigate things fully. If nothing has changed, so be it. But we have to restore public trust, and we should have a special committee, and this special committee will be able to talk about ethical files and will be able to shed light on what we were not able to finish during last session. And now I'd like to talk about my motion. I'm absolutely about the motion. I'm ready to vote. And I read this motion, and there is a mistake, Madam Clerk, Mr. Chair. In French, it was written only 24, and you forgot to add the word hours in French, the word heure. So I'm ready to vote right now, and I'm also ready to take 10 minutes to eat and stay here until 12, until midnight. So I would like to really talk about this with you, talk to your consciences, and I know there are a lot of recommendations, so we could maybe take a few minutes to think about this and see until what time we're going to sit. Or maybe we could also say at 3:30, we will go home and we'll come back and be more open and be able to work together and not be partisan. Thank you very much.
Latanzio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me? Okay.
Again.
All right. So a few preliminary observation in terms of procedures. I'm going to elaborate more on procedures because this is the theme that's basically caught my attention yesterday, and with the various speakers and the motion that we have before us. For the life of me, I don't understand how we're giving precedence to this motion when yesterday, being present at the committee, there were other motions that were to be considered, and all of a sudden we called a quasi-important emergency meeting in less than 24 hours to discuss this motion, only because we weren't done with the motion of yesterday. So these are my preliminary observations. The second one is the fact that we deferred Madame Grosdereau's motion. And what is more striking to me is that I had the opportunity, being a new member, to finally sit down and look at this motion last night. And I wanted to look at the details as to what were the considerations of bringing forward her motion. Although I understand I glanced at it very quickly yesterday when we took the decision to defer it, because there was a lot mentioned in that motion, and I understand that why my colleagues also were of the opinion that we needed to defer that particular motion. But I want to draw your attention, I want to draw the attention of my fellow colleagues, paragraph 11 of that motion, and I'm going to take the time to read it because I think it's important. It stipulates that the committee, the motion has to do with setting up a special committee that would look into issues that were discussed in the previous mandate. And she requests that the committee continue all of the business of the following committees: the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, which is ours; the Standing Committee on Finance; the Standing Committee on Official Languages, and by the way, I sit on that committee and we're sitting on that committee next Tuesday; the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, and that the documents and evidence received by each of these committees be deemed to have been received by the said committee, including the documents provided on August 18 to the members of the Standing Committee on Finance. So basically what my understanding is that she anticipates that we are going to be requesting documents from each and every one of these individual committees. And then that these documents or evidence or whatever documents or information that we are going to get from these committees will then be given to the new committee that's going to be created. Interestingly enough, Conservative members yesterday decided to defer this motion along with the Liberal members. Then we have colleague MP Barrett present his motion. His motion, I read it again very carefully too, and I understand that it differs from the motion that had been passed at this committee, of which I was not a member, and is brought up again today. And there seems to be an urgency to do this. Why? I still don't understand. But we're pressing on this. And when we say Liberal members are taking up time and we're discussing this, I think that, and to quote my colleague, Mr. Barrett, in the House this week, he says that all members should get to speak because it is an important pillar of democracy. We agree, colleague. We all need to speak. I'm a new member on this committee, and I think that I'm more than entitled to be able to look at documents, study documents, and if I have a point of view that differs from his or from any other colleagues, I should be given that opportunity to speak and to express that. It may not be one that he agrees with, but to be accused of speaking for the sake of filibustering, well, my response to him is he seems to want to be pushing this down our throats, plead that there's an urgency, when he also says you can filibuster all you want up until next week at all the meetings. So there's a statement being made here that this very same motion, or at least the request for documents or the pursuit of this, is going to be continuing on in next week's meetings. So I'd like to submit the following supposition to my colleagues here today. If the same motion will be presented in each of the meetings that will be sitting next week, including the Language Committee, as per Madame Goudreau's motion, then why are we presenting the exact same request in all these committees? What is the point of doing that? We have a PROC committee that deals with House affairs that can very simply deal with this request and the forthcoming requests that are going to be coming out next week. Why are we wasting the time of this committee and possibly all other committees on this repeated request when it could be done by one committee that does just that? Why are we not having leaders of every party discussing this issue and come to some sort of an agreement and establish this new standing committee that will be able to look at this carefully and request all the necessary documents, rather than bring this to every committee? And if the motions or requests are not going to be the exact same request, and by the way, sorry, I just want to make a little parenthesis. And what if every committee that's being given this, submitted this request, come out with different results, where there will be amendments that will be agreed to? Then we are going to be having, which one will we accept when we create this new standing committee? The motion that will have been passed at ethics, the motion that will have been passed at languages, the motion that will be passed at...
Yes, go ahead. Point of order, Mr. Barrett.
Chair, just for the members' information, my statement was that this committee could meet every day next week and continue to debate this very same motion. Not that it would be presented at multiple committees. That wasn't my my statement or intention.
Mr. Chair, I'm speaking to Madame Gaudreau's paragraph 11, and I invite my colleague Barrett to read it, because there's a premise here that we're going to be asking that all business continue in the following committees, and she enumerates which ones they are. And to quote my colleague, he said, we can filibuster all we want and we can be here until next week and we can bring this up at all the meetings. I'm sorry, he's gesturing and I don't understand.
All of the meetings of this committee.
Okay. Yeah, we can do this all next week or the week after, but I was referring to Madame Gaudreau's paragraph number 11 and basically questioning how you, colleague, decided to defer her motion and basically continue with your motion. So if we were
the committee
to
decided that. The committee decided that.
No, but I mean, I'm sorry, voted. I'm sorry. How you voted, how I voted, and how everybody else voted. So,
point of order, Chair. Could we stop the back and forth?
Yeah.
Yeah, I always like to give a little bit of latitude. I was trying to be a little patient and have one or two comments, but you're right, Madam Jeanne. We should have one speaker at a time, and if we're going to have a conversation, we can always suspend and have individual conversations together. So go ahead, Ms. Latanzio, and
Okay. So basically, if we bring this to all committee meetings, we could potentially have a different outcome on all committees. And then which one do we decide and what do we submit to the standing committee? To me, it would be nonsense. And if we say that we're going to come out with different requests at different committee meetings, circulating the same theme, then what would be the point of doing so? So I'm not sure I understand the way or the way that we're proceeding. I think that it'd be best that all of this be brought before PROC. I do invite respective parties to have their leaders engage in a conversation, maybe even a Zoom call, to be able to evacuate all these questions and come to some sort of an agreement. And not because one doesn't want to vote. We do want to vote. But I think it's incumbent on all of us to be able to put our ideas, our preoccupations for consideration. My second preoccupation is the issue of privacy. The former committee decided on certain terms and conditions, and now we have it before us again. And I'd like to emphasize that I too believe that this is a matter of trust, and it's trusting our ethics commissioner. Therein lies the idea of trust. Do we trust our ethics commissioner, or we do not? This is the individual that has the task to be able to delve into the very questions that were submitted to him, and he will have access to all information and document that will be able to give him the opportunity to render his decision. And if he doesn't have the documents, there's nothing that impedes him from requesting them. It is not via this committee that we ensure that his work be done. It is not via this committee amongst colleagues that we judge our colleagues, or that, even worse yet, that we lay burdens or we dictate what we want from members of elected officials. This is not part of our mandate. I looked at the mandate. I requested the mandate, and I looked at what the mandate of this committee is, and there's nothing in that mandate that indicates to me that we have the power to go in that venue. Now, if something has been deemed receivable or voted on in the
Point of order.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This aspect of the argument was dealt with extensively in the last session of Parliament, and it is clear in the last sentence of the mandate of this committee that the committee has the ability to propose initiatives that relate to access to information and privacy and to ethical standards relating to public office holders. So just to clarify for the member, I know she's a new member of this committee, and ironically, I'm no longer a regular member of this committee, but certainly that was dealt with extensively in the previous session. So I wanted, for the information's sake of that member, to clarify the mandate.
On the same point, Mr. Fergus?
Yes, it is on the same point, Mr. Chair. Just to add further clarification, Mr. Carrick will remember when we had the head clerk in, head legal counsel in to speak to us, actually had in his testimony made it clear that yes, that part of that mandate is in that there's a larger grab bag in that last paragraph of our mandate, but it does not extend to anything that the committee wants to do. In fact, there are a lot of limitations upon that. So just to add clarification to what Mr. Carrick said, I don't want Canadians or other members to have the impression that this is a sort of a grab bag or grab all of any that anything goes type of clause. That wasn't the case at all, and we had that testimony from no less an authority than the fellow who makes sure that all the committees and the legal advice that all committees have are consistent.
Thank you, colleagues. Again, I'm very patient in this regard, but points of order for procedure. And I understand that we all are bubbling over to give information to our other colleagues to make sure that they get things right. But let's try to keep our points to procedure and not points of debate on information. Madam Latanzio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to see that my intervention is stimulating discussion amongst our peers, because I understand and I deduct from that the motion today deserves and merits the time that it takes to be able to consider the serious repercussions of adopting such a motion. My preliminary feeling from when this meeting was called this morning is we are wanting to ram this through. It doesn't matter what you think. We are going to go to a vote. We are going to vote on this. It doesn't matter what Ms. Latanzio may think or not think, or we are going to vote today. And if it means that we don't go to a vote today and that we stay here later, so be it. And if we need to come back next week and keep on discussing it, we will. Well, I would like to have, as I mentioned yesterday, this is a serious, I wouldn't say breach, but this is a serious consideration that we need to look at. And it's a motion whereby we are asking for documents of individuals that are related to an elected official and putting into we're dodging from the individual that has the responsibility to do this type of work. And not only that, my understanding is that we will continue to hammer on this issue. It doesn't matter as long as we get to vote on this. And colleagues have made interventions to what other motions could be decided at this particular committee, but they are being sidelined for something, for a question that could be easily considered outside of this committee. And yet we are talking and persisting on this going forward. regardless on the seriousness of what's being presented, without giving us the opportunity to perhaps get opinions, legal opinions, as to whether we can even go into this venue. Nothing. It's just, we're going to a vote whether you like it or not. And if you're not ready to vote, well, we're just going to keep going. And so for these reasons, and the reasons that I mentioned before with regards to bringing it up at various committees, the same issue again and again, and a motion that clearly had that intent with Madame Gaudreau's motion in paragraph 11, leads me to conclude that this is where the focus is. The focus is on conservatives themselves pushing an issue through, regardless that we think things through or that we consider the repercussions of what we are asked to consider in this motion. And so we want to interject, we want to intervene. Mr. Chair, through you, I ask you, what is the basis of having this motion, the urgency of this motion? And if we're going to submit it in other committees, then why are we submitting it in this committee if the intent is to present it in other committees? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Latanzio. We've gone through rotation once of every member of the committee, excluding Mr. Workington, who has not appeared again on the screen. And it is 3:30. So I'm going to offer the opportunity for committee members to consider the question. If you don't want to, then that's fine. But I think at this time I should offer, if members want to consider the question now, or to continue on.
Point of order, Chair.
Madam Shanahan.
Yeah, I would like to raise a point of order, something that has been concerning us from the beginning of this meeting, and indeed since this meeting was called. The notice for this meeting went out today at 9:32 a.m. for a meeting at 1 p.m. This has meant that members have had to rearrange their schedules to participate today. In explaining why the committee is meeting today, you as the chair indicated that you hope to get Mr. Barrett's motion disposed of. In addition to Mr. Barrett's motion, there are a number of other motions before the committee at this time. And with all respect, and as vice chair, I feel this is my role to point this out. Do you as the chair get to decide which motions are more important than others? Do you as a chair have the right to call last-minute meetings based on motions that you have decided are more important than other motions? Should this not be a decision of the committee? It is the chair's role to be the servant of the committee, and one that you have been serving ably. But on this one issue, I beg to differ. I do not believe it's the role of the chair to pick favorite motions and schedule last-minute meetings that cause everyone to scramble and change their schedules to attend. And I would suggest that this is not appropriate. I'd like to point to a statement from Speaker Lucien Lamoureux from March 3rd, 1967, which cited 303(3) of Beauchen's 4th edition, which reads as follows: committees should be regularly adjourned from day to day, though the chairman is frequently allowed to arrange the day and hour of sitting, but this can be done only with the general consent of the committee. The key words here are can be done only with the general consent of the committee. I, as the vice chair, on the Liberal side, was not consulted on the timing of today's committee, and I believe that proper procedure was not followed in calling this meeting, and I would like the chair to comment on this.
I'll be glad to comment on it, Madam Shanahan. Thank you very much for your intervention. we were dealing with the debate on the motion yesterday. It was called there was a call for an adjournment of the meeting, and it was specifically stated not an adjournment on the motion. We're moving to a time where the House is going to rise for a Thanksgiving break. I felt that it was the will of the committee, and certainly we can put that to a vote if you want. I felt it was the will of the committee to continue on the debate on this motion, as many members in the committee felt that it was of very significant importance, considering that the motion in the past session, which was very similar to the spirit of this motion, had already been passed by this committee. So that was the basis of my decision and ruling in that regard. And that's why we're continuing that debate now. And whenever we deal with the disposition of this motion, either for or against, we'll definitely move on to other motions that the committee wants to consider. And whether it's just a motion for recommendation of the House or a full-blown study where we'd call witnesses, I'm certainly open to serve the committee in that regard.
Thank you, Chair. And if I could ask that we continue with the speaking list. I believe I'm next.
Thank you very much. Okay, so and I did not get an indication, but I assume that in that regard, there's at least one member, Madam Shanahan, who's not prepared to deal with the question. So we'll move on to Madam Shanahan.
Thank you, Chair. And I would move that the committee do now adjourn.
Like a recorded vote, please, Chair.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much. I will move to the clerk now, who will do that recorded vote. Madam Clerk, you're muted right now.
Sorry. Please indicate yay or nay when your name is called. Mr. Dong?
I'm ready to adjourn the meeting and be ready for the next one whenever the chair chooses it to be. So yes.
Mr. Fergus?
We.
Ms. Latanzio?
Yes.
Ms. Shanahan?
Yes.
Mr. Sorbera?
We.
Mr. Barrett?
No to a cover-up adjournment.
Mr. Couric?
I vote no.
Mr. Workington?
No.
Madame Gaudreau?
No.
Mr. Angus?
No, we have work to do.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 5-5.
Okay. Well, that being said, then the chair's normal response to business at hand is to continue in the status quo. So we'll now move to Mr. Dong.
Point of order.
Yes, Madam Shanahan.
Chair, may we have a 10-minute suspension just for all members?
Yeah, I think that would probably be appropriate. I think for nature and other such things. So let's suspend for 10 minutes and we'll get back. Mr. Dong, you'll be first on the speakers list. Yes, yeah, 10 minutes, yes.
Mr. Chair, just to
Just 1 second. Mr. Barrett, you had a question?
Just did you receive? I'm going to need to step away for a couple minutes, and so I have a sub. Did you get a form for that?
I got an email. Yes.
Great.
And I now need to send him the login information, so I'll do that.
I just took the liberty of sending it to him.
Oh, wonderful.
Is that okay?
That's perfect.
Okay, good, because the toothpaste's out of the tooth. It's out of the tube. So thanks.
It's all good.
What's the rule about subbing and stuff? Just for my general understanding, can we do that?
Madam Shanahan. Apologize. I'm sorry about that, Mr. Dong.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yeah, so I was confused there. Good. Well, listen, I listened to all the members during the first round. I really appreciate the opportunity actually to be in this committee and really talks in depth. And I listened carefully to Madame Goudreau's very passionate remarks. And I just hope that, however this debate end, it wouldn't lessen my respect, and I hope that's mutual, but my respect for any of the members of this committee. We'll have a job to do. We're elected to do that. But I can't agree with some of the points that I heard earlier, especially from the conservative members, talking about that. The government's interest in, grabbing power and whatnot. I mean, it was the conservative MPs coming out right after Thong's speech was presented, indicated they're not going to vote for it without, the time to really study it and see how that's going to impact their constituents' lives and on a grander scale, Canadian citizens' lives. So, you're talking about grabbing power. I mean, I accept the reality that although we form a government, it's a minority government. I accept that reality, and trust me, if I don't have to, I hope my points are being addressed in this process. But still, I'm looking for answers to my earlier concerns, whether it's safety for individuals to produce these documents. Now we know that it's not in the committee's possession. And I also want to highlight the fact that, the province of Ontario has targeted 3 cities to modify the stage 2 alert, which means that many venues will be ordered to closed or operate in a very limited capacity. And the message is very clear to everyone in Ontario is, that to exclude any non-essential outings. Yet at the same time, we're talking about protecting Canadians' lives and risk against getting COVID. The committee members are considering ordering a gathering of documents and access to the documents in person. I just don't think that's a very responsible way to go forward. And also, I heard the MP Barris mentioning about how we seems on this side is using all the small techniques, and they have their arsenal to counter that. for example, mentioned that having meetings, emergency meetings, just like the one that we are having today. And I hope that I heard that the chair kind of waiting to that. He has his own view, so I understand that I may not agree with Mr. Barris, who implied that the fact that we're meeting today is a form of retaliation of not getting his motion voted yesterday. I want to get away from all these this political games, and I'm still looking for an answer. Like ultimately, we're talking about the sort of a fabricated narrative that the prime minister was, design a program to fund an organization because in exchange of his family members getting a job. I think that's just completely bizarre, especially in the context of COVID. We've seen how quickly government, federal government, and all levels of government react to COVID. And the leaders of three governments or three levels of government are appearing in front of the camera, talking to Canadians every day to address various issues. I remember having meetings late afternoon to provide suggestions and feedbacks we hear on the ground, and the government reacted very quickly to fine-tune their policies, whether it's CERB, whether it's waste subsidy or commercial rent assistance program. That's what people care. I heard Madame Gujarat's point that her children are watching this, and they're not alone. There are other Canadians watching this as well, and some, I'm sure, I can't help to think that what are they talking about? What are these MPs talking about? How is that conversation going to benefit me? Especially those that just lost their jobs or have their loved ones that infected with COVID-19. How is this conversation helping them? Now, I heard the notion that the Canadians wants the truth to the whole incident. We have a mechanism to investigate and find out the truth about what happened. I remember that the former integrity commissioner said that we're amongst the best in the world when it comes to the integrity infrastructure, the parliamentary infrastructure we have. I have a lot of faith in that infrastructure, as I have faith in our commissioner. We'll do a fine job in finding out the truth. But here we are talking about allowing MPs and their staff to look at another MP's and his family's information, privacy information, without proper limitation of boundary or safeguarding of that privacy. I think that is way over the line. And we're setting a very, very dangerous precedence. I can't stress this enough. We saw earlier there was a motion put on the floor. I know that it was ruled out of order. But from this point on, members are free in this committee to bring more motions forward to talk about other members and their families' privacy. That is not where we want to go, in my opinion. We have a lot of priorities right now. In my writing, I mentioned Seneca College in the past. They're faced with major challenge because of the fact of majority of their revenue depends on international revenue, and it's not looking good right now, especially with the restricted border restrictions. So I know the government is moving quickly, working with the provincial government to ease that up, but still doesn't change the fact that they're saddled with fixed costs, and they don't know what this year, the remainder of this year and next year look like. We have individuals, small business owners, seeing that the rent subsidy is coming to an end, and even with the help of wage subsidy, they're still not getting enough support. There's mamas and papa's shop, I'm sure, in every member's riding that facing closure or pressure in going to a huge debt that they will never be able to recover. And they're thinking about bankruptcy. These are the matter at hand right now. And I really hope that all members of this committee will see through the politics and partisanship that's been talked about for 2 days now, and really focus on how to help Canadians. We have a lot of job to do, and and just let the investigator, in this case the commissioner, to do his job. We heard the motion to create another special committee from Madame Goudeur. There's multiple venues to get to the truth, and we don't need to be here. I'm sure everyone canceled a lot of meetings in their constituency, and maybe we'll have to cancel a few more, and outings with the family going to the Thanksgiving weekend. I just don't think it's a very good use of our time. So I posed a whole bunch of concerns in my first round of speaking, and now I'm speaking to a few more issues, given the Ontario is entering, or city of Ottawa, Toronto, entering a modified stage 2. I haven't heard any answer to that. I have not been convinced that this is an absolute priority of our committee, and we need to move on this. I think what it is a display of partisanship. The Prime Minister went to Finance Committee and testified, answer questions. That was never done before by any sitting Prime Minister. There were a lot of questions asked and answer given. The media had a chance to report on, based on those testimonies, report on what happened during week, which was quite unfortunate in my mind, because thousands of young people who had a chance of having a job, being helped during COVID, were just because of the fabricated narrative. That's what it was. They lost that opportunity. And the not-for-profit sectors are chilled by the fact that how far this thing went. Now we're going into a model allowing members and staff to access other members and their families' privacy. I think that's way over the top. Doesn't give us any additional benefit, considering that there is an ongoing investigation going on, and also a special committee is being considered. So, Chair, I'm still waiting to be convinced that if these concerns, plus the public safety concern, will be addressed, and the safety for our staffs as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dong. Now on to Mr. Barrett.
Chair, excuse me, point of order. Could you?
Yes, Madam Shanahan.
Yes, could you list the speaking order?
Presently, right now, I just have 2 speakers left, Mr. Barrett and Mr. Couric.
Mine hand is up. Oh, I think the clerk is.
He may be updating me right now. And so now I have Madam Shanahan and Mr. Fergus.
So the order again, please.
As I just stated, Mr. Barrett, Mr. Couric, Mr. Fergus, Madam Shanahan, and Ms. Goudreau.
Thank you.
All right, now Mr. Barrett.
Well, thanks very much, Chair. I would just like to take this opportunity to, having heard from all members, and as was stated, it's important that members have the opportunity to speak to the motion, and all members have spoken to the motion. I'll cede my time and encourage all members to let this matter come to a vote at the end of the second day of meetings on the same motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett.
So
Now,
point of order.
Yes, Mr. Angus.
I wasn't clear from Mr. Barrett if he's asking for the vote, for a call for a vote now.
Okay, I'm sorry if I missed that detail. Mr. Barrett, were you calling for a vote now?
Yes, Chair.
Yep, I apologize, Mr. Barrett. All I heard was that you were ceding your time. So, colleagues, are we ready for the vote?
Yes.
I see
But
Liberal.
Chair, I think the speaking list has not been exhausted. I think, is there more speaker waiting on your list?
There are, but if any member, whether no matter what party they're from, if they ask me to check and see if there's a willingness of the committee for some aspect, then I always look for consensus. But there's no consensus, Mr. Barrett. So we'll move on to Mr. Kirk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I find that that unfortunate. As certainly, I've appreciated some of the comments and listened with interest with all of the other comments. I won't take long. Just one brief thing that I did want to put on the record. When one of my colleagues across the floor had mentioned when the clerk of the Privy Council had come to give testimony before committee, and especially for our friends from the media and Canadians that might be watching, I did ask the question if the Prime Minister reads his briefing notes, and the clerk responded that he understood that he did. And the Prime Minister had in previous comments indicated that he had only found out about this whole situation, of which there's so many questions around the we scandal, as it's been referred to in the media, the day that it was briefed, the day of the cabinet meeting. And I guess the question, I didn't have time during the meeting this summer to ask the clerk, but certainly when the Prime Minister would have received his briefing notes, that you certainly, if you received them that morning, I think that would be a perfectly valid answer. But there's further questions that need to be asked there. Just something that's been on my mind over the summer, and I've talked to a few people about, and certainly for all those listening might be interest. But Mr. Chair, I stand by what I said earlier. I certainly will be supporting the motion at hand, and I would call to see further if there's a willingness to go to a vote.
Okay, Mr. Kirk, I'll check once more if there's a willingness to move to a vote at this time. No, I don't see any consensus, Mr. Kirk. Thank you for checking, and now we'll be on to Mr. Fergus.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Sorry, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate this. I'm hearing that I'm seeing some people saying that they can't hear me. Is that better? Is that better, Mr. Chair?
I can hear okay, but I'm not certain but others' volume, so you might have to speak a bit louder, but you're clear to me.
Is it clear enough for the interpreters?
Okay, I see those that were shaking are now nodding, so it should be good.
Very good. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's the second time I'm speaking up. Mr. Chair, first, I'd like to congratulate you. I think that you are showing patience. I commend you for your impartiality. I do not always agree with your decisions, but that's okay. I'm not always 100% okay with decisions anyway, but nonetheless, you are raising important considerations. Now, I'd like to go back to what my colleague Ms. Gaudreau said. Ms. Latencio also raised questions
related to what Ms. Gaudreau said. It was interesting to hear that Ms. Latenzio and her party presented the same resolutions to all the House committees. A relevant question was asked. If this motion has been moved to all committees, then how relevant would it be to have this motion rather here? What's the point of having several standing committees deciding on the creation of this new committee?
Va se présenter en même temps. Alors,
or will several committees do the same study? I think that's a very relevant question. And I hope that Ms. Gaudreau will speak shortly and that she would be kind enough to explain to me her proposal. But, Mr. Chair, I don't want to waste the committee's time. So I suggest
adjourn.
Mr. Fergus, are you still speaking? I'm not hearing anything.
Mr. Sweet, I said that I propose that the committee do now adjourn.
Okay. We'll have
recorded vote, please, Chair.
Oh, yeah, we will record the vote, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just before we go ahead, I just would like to verify, is Mr. Angus here? No, okay, thanks. If you're in favor of the motion, please say yay. If you're opposed, please say nay when your name is called. Mr. Dong.
Yes.
Mr. Fergus.
Oui.
Ms. Latenzio.
Yes.
Ms. Shanahan.
Yes.
Mr. Sorbera.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Nay.
Mr. Courig.
I vote no.
Mr. Workington.
I vote against the cover-up.
Madame Gaudreau.
J'ai une précision à faire.
I would like to specify something. We are voting on the adjournment. So the answer is no.
Nay.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 5-5.
Thank you, colleagues. As previously, I will go with the status quo and continue on with the debate. Move now to Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, just a point of information.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Fergus.
I just don't know what the rules are in this hybrid parliament. In the House of Commons hybrid, the camera has to be on for us to see the person who is voting. I'm sorry, I did not see Mr. Blakey's camera come on.
He's in the committee room.
Mr. Blakey is seated beside down. I shouldn't say beside, but down the desk from the clerk, and it's just that the camera is not panned out to see him.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that.
Madam Shanahan, you're next on the speakers list.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. And Chair, you know, I know that the members are prepared to take this to the limit here, but this is not the only venue. Are you hearing me correctly?
I'm hearing you correctly, yes.
Okay, very good. But this is not the only venue. We know that NDP members and the bloc members have given notice to a special committee motion at multiple committees. Mr. Angus, an experienced MP, Mr. Blakey as well. I would like to hear from the NDP, from an experienced member, about how often special committees are created by a committee motion, and what the reasoning is behind going that route and then going this route. This is what's taking up so much time. My experience as an MP has been that these special committees are normally discussed and negotiated by House leaders and whips, and then presented in the House of Commons in a motion for unanimous consent for its creation. The government House leader has said his door is always open. Have the House leaders, Peter Julien and Monsieur Terrien, Alan Terrien, have they sat down with Pablo Rodriguez to discuss the special committee motion? If you truly want this special committee that will be empowered with everything that the members here are seeking to have done, then why are you pushing so hard on this motion? This motion that would take up the valuable time of ETHI, of this committee, which could be spent on other important motions that the other members have brought up in the short time that we've been together. So if you were truly serious about this special committee, why are you trying to adopt these production of document motions now instead of at that special committee? It will happen. If everybody collaborates, it will be done. But maybe you're not serious about the special committee. That seems surprising to me, since in my time as an MP, I've seen special committees do tremendous work in assisted dying, which we have now come back to again. How valued that work was received by not only members of Parliament for legislative purpose, but also by the Canadian population, who were waiting so eagerly, and it is not maybe the word to use, but how it was so important to the day-to-day lives of so many Canadians. Other special committees are also have also been in operation from time to time. I implore my colleagues of the NDP, please, as Mr. Julien, pick up the phone, call Pablo. And the same goes for the Bloc. C'est la même chose. Je vais...
The same thing for the Bloc. We understand that there is a whole process. We understand there are things that we must do to show that we're serious. There's no one here, and I'm speaking for myself, and I think...
Excuse me, Madam Shanahan, point of order, Mr. Barrett.
Chair, after hearing at great length, I can't imagine that discussing a motion which we adjourned debate on at length is germane to the motion that's on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. It isn't a point of procedure, but thank you for your input. Go ahead, Madam Shanahan.
Thank you, Chair, because indeed it is germane to the motion at hand, because it's there's one principle that we have in parliamentary debate, and that is to avoid redundancy of our work. We're very mindful of the importance of the resources and the cost of the resources that we have available to us here at the House. And again, I am not speaking to my Conservative colleagues with all due respect. I am speaking to my colleagues in the NDP and the Bloc, because we know that there is a genuine concern for this work to be done, this full investigation of the costs and the of how all of this came together, how the different programs were developed. And while I think that we did quite a lot of work on this during the summer, a number of different committees were seized with this investigation. To have this go to a special committee, I think that's something that the House leaders could easily come to an agreement with on a Zoom call. And quite frankly, not only would we not be here, but Canadians would get what they need to get, which is that special investigation to the satisfaction of everyone. And I just want to remind everyone, what that investigation this summer resulted in, and I think that it was quite special to see how the resources of our government, the various ministries, were during a time when people are working from home, where than two people in the office, where quarantine and isolation that can happen at a drop of a hat because somebody's kid went to school and the teacher was sick. But still, the public servants produced over 5,000 documents at the request, notably of the Finance Committee, and that this was made public and certainly readily available. So I'd like to put on the record here now, Chair, what that response was from the government resources, because Canadians should not think for a moment. I've heard some of my colleagues talking about a cover-up. What cover-up? Canadians should not think for a moment that anything was taken back. And with all due respect, the redaction is done for the sake of the national security, for the sake of the confidentiality, cabinet confidentiality, which for the record can affect any government. And if you start opening up that can of worms, well, my gosh, I remember when I was sitting on the Public Accounts
Point of order,
Committee.
Chair, relevance. Relevance, Chair.
I've got it, Mr. Barrett, but Madam Shanahan's just trying to demonstrate a point, and please try to keep to the subject at hand in the motion. Go ahead, Madam Shanahan.
Thank you very much. Thank you. But if someone's going to heckle, they have to appreciate that that will be heard and it will be responded to. So the production of documents did happen. They were made available. And I'd like to put on the record from, for example, what came from, and I think I will switch to French here because ça va aider mon français.
It's going to help me practice my French. From the office of the clerk of PCO and secretary of cabinet in a letter of August 7, 2020, addressed to David Gagnon, clerk of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Commons. Sir, I have the pleasure to present the documents from the PCO following the motion passed by the Standing Finance Committee on July 7th, 2020, regarding the investigation on the WE organization and the subsidy for student volunteer work and in application of the principles that I maintained when I appeared. You will find in Annex 2 a detailed calendar of the events prepared by the officials based on their knowledge of the issue and their involvement in the issue, to a full list of organizations consulted in the preparing of the program. Friday, July 27, 2020, in Employment and Social Development Department sent a committee a list of the organizations a member of the national organization that the department spoke to in March and April 2020. Also, I'm told that March 9th, the officials from the finance department received a report on the efforts to inform the stakeholders concerning help for students during COVID-19. See the list of this organization in Annex 3.
Number 3. Media follow-up by the PCO from the dates when Margaret and Alexander Trudeau participated in a conference for We Charity. I can confirm that the media monitoring service from the PCO has no media content of the public appearances of Margaret Trudeau or Alexander Trudeau. The PCO Media Center monitors the coverage of priorities and programs and government services and does not monitor the media coverage of public appearances of the Prime Minister's family members. Number 4, communications among PCO staff, Cabinet, the Office of the Minister of Finance, concerning the contribution agreement of We Charity and the BCBE. These communication will be included in Appendix 1 as well as produced by the Department of Finance. The names of participants, the notes and recordings of the meeting in mid-May between Rachel Wernick, Misha Kovačivek, as well as the PCO staff were aware of the content of the meeting and participated in it. I have been told that a teleconference between public servants from the Department of Finance and Employment Social Development Canada was held the evening of April 18th, 2020. The participants, Michel Kovačivek, I'm sure I've mispronounced his name, ADM, Federal Provincial Relations and Social Policy for the Department of Finance, Susie McDonald, Associate ADM, Federal Provincial Relations and Social Policy, Department of Finance, Benoit Robidoux, Associate Deputy Minister, Rachel Wernick, Senior Deputy Minister, Skills and Social Development at Employment and Skills Development Canada, Annick Audrey, Director General, Learning Policy Branch, Employment and Social Development Canada. No public servant from the PCO participated in the call or was aware of the call. There was no recording of the meeting. In Appendix 4, you will find the notes for the meeting taken by Rachel Wernick. and a discussion thread on the organization on the call. Number 6, the analysis of reasonable diligence of financial auditing taken of a We Charity throughout this process. You will find in Appendix 5 a detailed explanation prepared by Employment and Skills Development Canada of the controls set out in the contribution agreement to guarantee the sound management and use and appropriate use of funding, as well as an overview of the process used to assess projects and beneficiaries. Other information related to reasonable diligence that public servants carried out and those concerning the BCP are in Appendix 1 and in the documentation provided to the meeting. 7, the full text of the contribution agreement. Employment and Skills Development Canada provided this documentation to the committee on Friday, July 24th, 2020. As I mentioned at committee on July 20th, 2020, my goal is to demonstrate the greatest transparency possible concerning the information that I provide. Under the committee's motion, confidential information from Cabinet and information related to national security are excluded. The information not dealing with national security was not excluded for any of these reasons. Concerning confidential information from Cabinet, a considerable amount of information on the Canada Student Service Benefit was considered as being confidential information and sent to Cabinet. It corresponds to the public communications on the matter made by the Privy Council for the Queen of Canada. An approach in principle was adopted based on the principle of cabinet confidentiality. As a result, among the information shared on the CSSG, a considerable amount will deal with other circumstances and be considered under cabinet secrecy. The information that does not concern the CSSG, and which represents confidential information from cabinet, is excluded and identified as being not related to the request. In the current documentation, I also chose to divulge some personal information found in the documents of the PCO concerning cabinet staff, minister's staff, and We Charity staff. I made this decision because, in my opinion, the public interest for these communications exceeds any violation of privacy as required by the Access to Information Protection Act. I informed the Privacy Commissioner of my intention to divulge this personal information. I decided to not communicate the email addresses and telephone numbers of employees of We Charity other than Craig and Mark Kielberger. Furthermore, the documents produced contain some references to members of the family of a public servant, and I chose to protect this information. In my opinion, the public interest of in communication of this type of personal information does not exceed the violation of privacy. Furthermore, as it is, in my opinion, in the interest of the public interest to act in this way, I gave a limited exemption to these professionals concerning the information provided by departments in response to this motion and to my commitment. Finally, I would like to draw the committee's attention to a note on the redacted file by Christiane Fox, Deputy Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, to the Privy Council office. In this note, Ms. Fox makes a clarification concerning the references in two email exchanges. Appendix 6. I believe that the explanations above will be useful to the committee in its deliberation of the documentation attached. Yours sincerely, signed by Ian Shugart, Clerk of the Privy Council and Secretary of Cabinet. And that's not something that's part of the essential work that we're doing here. It's the protection of privacy. And I think that Mr. Shugart, who has already worked for the Harbour Cabinet, expressed it quite well. So I'm very happy to have had the opportunity to read this important letter here at our committee, because apparently it is the will for all for this to be the matter worked on by all committees. So I will continue.
Point of order. Mr. Chair?
Yes, point of order. Go ahead.
I know Mrs. Shanahan said that she would like to hear from me, but I'm beginning to doubt she knows she has to cede the floor in order for me to respond.
Madam Shanahan.
Je continue? No.
No, I would like to continue. Thank you. So there was also a call for documents from the Department of Finance, once again addressed to David Gagnon, Clerk of the Standing Senate Committee on Finance. And it was during the request of July 7th, 2020. Sir, on behalf of the Department of Finance, I am sending you the documents attached in response to the motion passed by the Standing Senate Committee on Finance of the House of Commons on July 7th, 2020. Section 108, 1A of the rules, that in accordance with 108.1A of the rules, the committee orders that all contracts concluded with We Charity and Me to We, all notes and emails by senior officials prepared or sent to all ministers concerning the design and creation of the Canada Student Service benefit, as well as all written correspondence and any other files in correspondence with We Charity and Me to We from March 2020 on be provided to the committee no later than August 8th, 2020, that the matters of cabinet confidence and national security be excluded from the request, and that any necessary removal, including to protect the privacy of Canadian citizens and permanent residents whose names and personal information can be included in these documents, as well as public servants who provided assistance on the matter, be removed by the Office of the Law Clerk and parliamentary officers of the House of Commons. They are also attached to this file documents concerning the commitments by the Clerk of the Privy Council and the Secretary of Cabinet, Mr. Ian Shugart. Following his testimony before the committee on July 21st, 2020. In the terms of the committee's motion, the confidential documents from Cabinet and information tied to national security must be excluded from the file. No information is needed for national security purposes, given that this information does not concern the matter. Concerning confidential cabinet documents, you will note that a large quantity of information on the Canada Student Service benefit found in the confidential cabinet documents are provided to the committee.
This approach follows the public disclosure of information. This approach is based on principles have been adopted. That way, a non-selective approach will be adopted. Consequently, a lot of information about CSSG would be protected as confidential documents of the cabinet have been made public. Information not related to the CSSG and yet are part of the confidential documents of the cabinet are not relevant to the request. Regarding privacy, the department has to protect such information as per the Privacy Act, unless the people in question are okay to disclose their private information. The department made a lot of efforts in order to get consent. When consent was not obtained, the department concluded that the public interest overrode all privacy pertaining to the person in question. Consequently, the disclosure is per the Section 8(2)(mi) of the Privacy Act. As per the Privacy Act, the Commissioner of Privacy Protection was aware of the decision. In rare cases, privacy information was removed because consent from the people in question was not obtained. Plus, the department were not able to conclude that the public interest overrode the Privacy Act. The type of privacy information that shall be kept protected is related to the identity of the person or the opinion that is not relevant to the ATIP. Email addresses and personal phone numbers are also not relevant. Personal information, as per the Privacy Act, cannot be disclosed. Plus, this information is seen as being exclusive to third parties. For clarification purpose, an email in English sent to Michel Kovacevic, dated April 18th, listed many elements. The department was supposed to reply to that email, as well as we. We, in this case, refers to PCO and not We Charity. Appendix 4 is dated from April 21st. Page 6 shows the cost estimates for the proposal of $8 million, as well as the potential administrative costs. Page 7 and page 8 recommend to set aside up to $1 million, $900 million for the initiative, and $100 million for the implementation. The exact amount of the recommendation of $100 million can be seen in the April 21st version of the note that is part of the file. Following the information meeting from April 21st, a draft of a webpage from the ministry's website was prepared and sent to the Office of the Minister of Finance for review and approval. That page hasn't been officially approved by the Minister of Finance. An official decision was made later on by the Prime Minister. It was signed by Paul Rochon, Assistant Deputy Minister of the Minister of Finance. You see how important it is to protect confidentiality and privacy. It is also important to make sure that the committee in question had the right information at hand. Same goes with the Secretariat of the Office of the Council of Canada. I have the letter sent to David Gagnon from the Treasury Board Secretariat. Here it goes. In reply to the motion adopted by the Committee on Finance, FINA, on July 7, 2020, the motion is about any contracts struck by Mitsui and Uni. All emails, briefing notes, and any other relevant documents exchanged between ETHI, ETHI and the government related to the creation of CSSG, as well as any other correspondence with ETHI and Mouvement Uni from March 2020. Please find attached bilingual copies of documents from the Treasury Board Secretariat. Please note that while preparing this folder, we made sure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And certainly I'm finding the breadth of documentation that's being read into the record to be fascinating, absolutely fascinating, and certainly what I would call the definition of filibuster. But if the member would be amenable to it, certainly I would be comfortable with her tabling these documents for the committee's review. And certainly I would have more questions going forward, but reading them into the record, certainly, she talked at length about resources and committee time. Certainly a more efficient use of that time would be to table these documents for the reference of the committee and all Canadians.
Thank you very much, Mr. Couric. I certainly would invite Madam Shanahan to do just that, but I have this suspicion that she may want to continue on. But I would invite you to do either one, Madam Shanahan. If you'd like to table the documents, you can do that.
Sure, I had a point of order. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find it quite interesting that I've been interrupted
by the member, and I hope it's not because of any other reason that he doesn't like the sound of my voice. And I will continue.
Point of order.
Mr. Couric, do you have another point of order?
Yeah, I certainly would not ever indicate or impugn any member for the sound of their voice, but just in keeping in mind the full context of her comments, where she talked about resources related to the committee and that she is reading documents into the public record. So, certainly, I would not and did not intend to, if there was any association that meant that I didn't appreciate the member and her interventions. However, keeping in mind the full scope of what's been shared here today, I thought that would be helpful in the discussion. And certainly, I don't mind the sound of the member's voice. That's certainly not what was intended whatsoever.
Thank you, Mr. Couric. I'm certain that'd be comforting. Go ahead, Madam Shanahan.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to remind everybody that all the important work has been done already. Collecting documents. Public servants did their job on this point. This shows that we can trust the work of a committee and maybe a special committee. So I continue the reading. While preparing this file, we made sure to get consent of exonerated employees and partners mentioned in the document. According to the motion of the committee, confidential information of the cabinet as well as information pertaining to national security are to be excluded. Information that are not related to the national security should be excluded. As per confidential information of the cabinet, a vast quantity of information related to CSSG that was deemed confidential was transferred to the committee. An approach of principles was adopted to make sure that there is a non-selective approach as per the confidentiality principle of the cabinet. Consequently, information transferred, or rather information about CSSG that was transferred, was quite large. And that type of information was deemed confidential information from the cabinet. Information that does not relate to CSSG and are confidential information of the cabinet are excluded and should be identified as not relevant. The same approach was adopted by the documents of TBS. The clerk of the Privy Council asked for documents that can be disclosed.
On comprend des informations.
Since I thought it was in the public interest to do so, some information were provided by Employment and Social Development after waiving of the client solicitor privilege. And with due regard to rules to prevent the propagation of the COVID-19, the document of the CST, of the Secretary of the Treasury Board concerning production of documents, and with due diligence, as mentioned above. And that is a letter signed by Peter Wallace from Treasury Board. So, Mr. Chair, I have one last letter to read for the information of the community. It comes from Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada.
He's outraged as well, I guess, eh? Point of order. You can do the right thing now, Greg. Workington. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have undertaken to work together to get these documents released. And obviously, it's become abundantly clear that the Liberals have only one intent, and that is to string this meeting on as long as they possibly can until such time as they wear us down. As a matter of fact, they've now brought in additional Liberal members to engage in what is a cover-up. I think Canadians would know that it's a cover-up. I would ask that you would poll the members to see if there would be a willingness to move to the vote. If the Liberals consistently vote against the clear will of this committee to move forward, then it will be demonstration that they've been set up, that they've been sent in to engage in this cover-up. That they have acquiesced to the folks in PMO that have said that they have one responsibility, and that's to ensure that no Canadians ever find the political bombshell that's clearly included in these documents. And so if they desire to continue in this, engage in this cover-up, well, we'll sit here all night and listen to them read letters from whomever, including their relatives, if that's who they decide to read letters from. But quite frankly, I would suggest to these Liberal members that they say no to PMO, no to the Prime Minister, to end the cover-up, and allow Canadians to truly know what's going on. This is getting to the point of a farce. This is getting to be, the Canadians deserve better. And these Liberal members that have agreed to engage in this type of activity, folks, I've been here a long time, 15 years, and I have been sent down from time to time by folks from PMO to tell me to do something. And I may have limited my advancement in my career for a short period of time by saying no to staffers from PMO. but I can tell you that I can live with myself knowing that I served my constituents and served Canadians. And so I would implore Liberal members.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Away.
Is this a point of order?
Be sorry.
My point of order is this. That I believe it's time for us to move to a vote. And Mr. Chair, I would ask to see if there would be support from the committee members to move to the vote, simply to get to move on from this motion so we can move on to other motions.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on that point of order, just very briefly, I can answer that question very quickly. Mr. Workington would like to know if you do a poll, you'll find a vote. But if you'll notice that to the right hand of the screen, there are a whole bunch of hands being held up. That in and of itself should tell you that we'd like to speak before we go to that vote. Thank you very much.
I'm sure you have some very important letters to read.
You have no idea, sir, but I hope you hang on in the next few hours to let me
start
read
reading
them.
letters from your constituents.
Scott, you've been here a long time. I'm sure PMO.
Colleagues, please. I've been patient and allowed points of orders from both sides that really weren't points of order and some cross dialogue. But look, I understand we're going into 4 hours and there'll be a little bit of an edge on everything. But let's keep it the decorum so that I can at least manage the meeting. And we do have, as Mr. Sims pointed out, quite a lengthy speakers list. So for those that do have the floor, if you could maybe keep in mind that we now have, about 9 people that are on the speakers list. Some are subbing in for others who have now taken a break, et cetera. So that would be good to keep in mind. So now, Mr. Fergus, are you speaking to a point of order?
Actually, Mr. Chair, it was my voice who had called up first, and Mr. Workington had slipped in to make his point of order. That really wasn't a point of order because
this doesn't sound like a point of order
because as he knows that there were 2 substitutions for the Conservatives as well so far for the night. So I don't see why.
Yeah, because you guys are filibustering to cover
I'm sorry, Chair, please.
Your Prime Minister.
Colleagues. Okay.
If I could raise my point of information, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask Ms. Shanahan if she might want to correct the record that she just read in, because she had indicated that Mr. Peter. Oh my gosh, my last name is the letter that she had just read. Peter Harder was not from the cabinet du Trésor, mais du Conseil du Trésor. Il est secrétaire du Conseil du Trésor, j'imagine.
I stand correct.
He's not from PMO, but from the Treasury Board Secretariat.
Conseil du Trésor du Canada. Thank
Madam
you so
Shanahan,
much.
before you continue, I also was advised that Mr. Genuis had a point, and apparently his sound is. I haven't been able to hear him, but I did hear him chime in. So maybe it's consistent now that we can hear his point of order.
I think my comments were consistent with those made by Mr. Workington. So, thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Continue on, Madam Shanahan.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. So the final letter that I have in hand is from Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, in date of August 7, 2020, addressed to Mr. David Gagnon, clerk of the Standing Finance Committee. Sir, on July 7th, 2020, the Standing Finance Committee passed the following motion that in accordance with 108.1a of the standing orders, that the committee obtain all summary notes, emails, etc., concerning the contribution agreement between the government and we, and that all information sent to any minister regarding the creation of the Canada Student Service Grant as well as all correspondence written and all correspondence filed with we and with me to we since March 2020 be provided to the committee no later than August 8, 2020, and that the issues of cabinet confidentiality and national security be excluded from this request, and that all redacting required, including to protect the private life of Canadian citizens and of permanent residents whose name and personal information could be included in documents, as well as officials who provided assistance in this file, be done for the Office of the Legislative Advisor. Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada has obtained all of the documents from the minister that reply to the committee's request. You will find included the results of this search submitted to the committee's examination. You should know that when we prepared this document, we were careful to obtain the consent of exempt employees mentioned in the documents to divulge certain private information, and in collaboration with other departments, the consent of we charity employees in accordance with the Privacy Act. Moreover, the committee's motion states that confidential information from the cabinet and information regarding national security must be excluded from the file. No information was removed for reasons of national security, since it does not apply in this instance. Regarding cabinet confidentiality, you will note that information regarding the Canada Student Service Grant, which are confidential to the cabinet, have been provided to the committee. This is like information provided by members of the Queen's Council. The principles applied to the divulgation of this information was done to provide the information that doesn't relate to the Canada Student Service Grant, and that is a cabinet circuit was not divulged, since that information is not relevant to the request. And this letter was signed by Simon Kennedy from Innovation, Science and Economic Development. So I took the time to read these letters that were written very specifically regarding the process applied by these departments to produce the documents that had been requested by the Finance Committee. And this information was obtained from we, and I didn't see any document that was redacted for reasons of national security. Any redaction was done to protect the private life of persons involved in this project. And it is this care that shows that we can be sure that with a special committee, and once again, I ask my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois and the NDP, I know you want a special committee. I agree with you. It's a very important work, and we can study all of the elements related to we organization and how programs and policies are created.
So, sorry, just to clarify, is Ms. Shanahan suggesting that there should be a national security study on the Trudeau family's relationship with the We Charity? Is that what she's suggesting by her comments?
Wow, Freudian slip.
We don't hear you, Chair.
Said, go ahead, Madam Shanahan, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Monsieur
Mr. Chair, I repeat my call from the start of my speech to my colleagues from the Bloc and the NDP. If they want a special committee, we know that there's a motion to that effect that is going around. Well, their leader in the House, Mr. Thérien, and Mr. Julien should meet Mr. Rodriguez, and I'm confident that something can be worked out amongst them, because I think they can make sure that committees like ours, the Ethics Committee, could work on other priorities which are related to the COVID, by the way, which are related to Canada's well-being. And as regard the House resources, what Canadians could be sure that we're working on several issues.
I don't see how Canadians could be well served by this obsession of occupying the work of all committees with one subject, which has been dealt with sufficiently this summer. If there's other work to be done, well, I put out the call. And drop this motion. And allow the leaders to work together to achieve a solution that is agreeable to everyone, as is usually the case. So with that, I wrap up my intervention. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Chair.
On to Madame Gaudreau.
Oui.
Yes. Hello. Hello, colleagues. You missed my intervention from earlier. Given all of the deliberations, given that there have been questions, obviously, about the motion that we adjourned, I think that I need to make a small remark in response on how is it that there is an undertaking in 4 committees on We Charity. The reason is very simple. It is that all of these committees, just before prorogation, were working on that subject. So it is very normal and legitimate that upon for our first meeting, with a view to efficiency and ensuring the trust of our constituents, that we should continue and there are some good proposals on the table, and they are aligned with what we know as parliamentarians, and we can continue the work because these 4 committees will agree. 4 committees studying the same subject. That is one of the reasons why from the first meeting on, once the officers were elected, we tabled this motion that technically should be tabled in all committees. So given that we're really speaking very broadly, we've been here for a number of hours now. I'm not certain that we'll be able to achieve an agreement this evening. So first of all, I would like to reactivate at the next meeting my motion and ask for a vote on the adjournment of this meeting. Thank you.
Madam Goodrow, was that a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Exactement.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Very motion. I'll leave that to you now for.
Can I request a recorder division on that?
Certainly. So that the committee do now adjourn. I'll call. Please say yay when I call your name, or nay if you oppose the motion. Yay if you support it. Mr. Dong.
Yes.
Mr. Fergus.
Oui.
Ms. Latancio.
Oui.
Ms. Shanahan.
Oui.
Mr. Sims.
Yes.
Mr. Jenius.
No.
Mr. Couric.
Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, just a moment. We're having technical problems with your video, and also you're breaking up on your audio. So if you would just check with the technical staff, so that it's an important vote, we need to make clear on it.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but we have your video's totally frozen, and what happens is that we hear a couple of words and then it breaks up.
Actually, I hear it clearly, sir, but what I hear, Mr. Sweet, is that her audio is coming in on Daniel Blakey's microphone.
What about that? Better?
Okay. Yes, that's much better. Now I can see and hear you. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Couric.
I vote no to the cover-up.
Mr. Workington.
I vote no.
Madame Gaudreau.
Oui.
Yes.
No.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 6-4, 4 against.
Point of order.
Yeah, who has a point of order?
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would just note that Ms. Shanahan had asked me to speak and to express an opinion. I note that she voted to adjourn the meeting before I had the opportunity. I'm very disappointed in that fact, and just wanted to put that on the record.
Her PMO instructions changed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Blakey. Is everybody getting Mr. Blakey okay? I'm noticing that the feed from the house is actually very flawed.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much, Mr. Blakey. Go ahead now.
So I just wanted to say, Ms. Shanahan had exhorted me to explain the NDP position to her and then voted to adjourn the meeting before I had the opportunity. I just wanted the chance to express my disappointment on the record at that fact.
Evidence of a cover-up.
Well, the meeting will now be adjourned and will be reconvened at the call of the chair.